Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, my friends, wherever you are in the world. It is a pleasure to have you here in our PMP exam prep. Today we have a target of covering chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Before we get started, I will tell you the top of the waves of each of these chapters is all about focus on project management in a pragmatic fashion. If you're reading chapter 1 and you feel lost, just try and relate it back to the real world of project management. Like when I started studying in 2005 to pass this exam, I spent 6 hours in the library and I still had not understood what chapter 1 was about. But the moment I began to think about what the PMI was trying to do, you're trying to help people manage projects in the real world, I started trying to relate everything I read back. And up till today, I'm a stickler for relating what you read back. If you cannot relate it back to your projects, then we have a problem. So it's all about relating back. Chapter 1 is about the basics of project management. What is it? How can we look at it from different angles? That's chapter 1 in a nutshell. For those of you taking the CAPM exam, you do need to read every line in the PMBOK guide. That is what I would advise. Chapter 2 is all about understanding factors that can affect your project and understanding assets that you have in the company can be used to manage projects. Also, there's a holistic view of a system and how that relates to our organization, looking at it as a system. That's chapter 2. Chapter 3 is my favorite. And chapter 3 is all about the project manager's role as the leader. So being a leader, leading the charge on the project, that's chapter 3. And chapter 4 is all about putting everything in project management together, integrating it. That's what we're going to be studying today. So again, welcome. You can see Margaret, Antonio, Chizoba, Christopher, Crystal, David, Holly, Ifeolu, Joanne. Daniel just came in. Welcome, Daniel. Kathy, great to have you here today, Kathy. Keith, very good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Ken, Muzaffar, thank you very much for joining us. I got your email and I responded. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Sadaf, welcome. Sandrea, I'm glad you joined us today. Tina, glad you made it. Travis, welcome to this event. So let's go ahead and get started. We may not have met in this medium or format, but my name is Phil. I'll be your friend and your colleague, your host, taking you through the trajectory. I got certified in 2005. And since I got certified, I have been helping as many people as I can to do likewise, not only on the PMP, but the CAPM and many other certifications. So it is a pleasure to be presenting to you today. I'm very passionate about this because I know firsthand that the PMP exam and the PMBOK guide is more than a certification. It can actually change your life. The CAPM exam is more than a certification. If you play your cards right, it can absolutely change your career. A few ground rules: you're going to be in classroom mode, you're going to be in silence mode. If you happen to be unmuted for any reason, remember to mute yourself back. You may be the co-presenter if there are technical issues, or if you choose to volunteer. Every now and again, I ask people to pitch in by being PMBOK guide readers. So if you want to read the PMBOK guide aloud to everyone else, if you enjoy reading the PMBOK guide as much as I do, then maybe you will become a presenter at some point. Questions will be answered at the most convenient spot, usually at the top of the hour. Because we have so much to cover, I usually accumulate the questions towards the end to answer them at the end of every hour or chapter. Breaks will be taken as is possible at the top of every 1.5 hour or as needed. And one of the things I advocate is ask what you don't know. Absolutely do not leave without asking your question. Either of two things will happen. One, I will answer your question today, or I will create a video or some other media to answer your question as soon as I'm able, and I will inform you when that media is available. So please do not leave without asking your question. I call these PMP exam tech camps because the PMBOK guide is technical, even in chapter 1, chapter 2, all the way to chapter 13. There's some technicalities in this. It's either technicalities in naming or technicalities in some acronym or formula, but it is a technical affair. So I call these tech camps. This is our target. Chapter 1, we are going to cover within the next 1.5 hours. We'll be ending at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, EST. We'll take an unspoken break at that point, and if you need a bio break at any time, just make sure you come back quick because I am going to be moving very quick. Chapter 2, 1:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. Then we will take a much needed break. You will not understand how much you need this break of 30 minutes until we get there, because 30 minutes is going to go by so quick, you will hardly believe it. We come back from break and we cover chapter 3, my favorite chapter. We'll take about an hour to do that. It's not a big chapter, so we should get done in an hour. And then we'll spend the last 1.5 hours putting the big pieces of the 49 processes together. Okay. And Margaret, I know that you are a co-host, so if for any reason you see someone bumped off and trying to come back into the meeting in the waiting room, please allow anyone in the waiting room that is stranded back into the meeting. Thank you, Margaret. Awesome. Well, let's hope our internet connections hold up. Let's hope our friendly neighbors aren't watching Tiger King the entire season. My goodness. We don't want to draw on our connection from Joe and Co. So for those of you who may not have heard me say, I've trained so many companies, but those that are near and dear to us are those men and women in uniform. I am so proud and honored to have been able to train many of our men and women in uniform, and across other countries, men and women in uniform from other countries. So we're not breaking into groups. I am not doing the drill. We are going straight into this. But trust me, I have a lot of questions to ask you guys. I have so many questions that we'll probably end up covering about 60, maybe even 70 questions by the time we are done today. But let's proceed in baby steps. Let's first of all talk about the overview and the purpose of the PMBOK guide, and feel free to follow along. It does not map 100% back to this book, but if you have this book, look at its mugshot very carefully. If you have this book, please bring it out and please get a pen, paper, highlighter, post it, because I am going to be referring to it a lot. So a major goal is to get you to the point where you can open chapter 1 and you can explain it to anyone in your own way. To get you to the point where you're not intimidated by what's in chapter 1 to any degree. That's our aim in this section. So let's open up the book. Follow me to the very first page, overview and purpose of the guide. Now, the way I roll with this stuff, my friends, I try to cover every single page. So as I'm going through the pages, don't be alarmed at the speed because I try to touch on the summary of each page. So this first page, it says overview and purpose of the guide. Project management is not new. It has been in use for hundreds of years. Examples of project outcomes include pyramids of Giza, the Olympic Games, the Great Wall of China, Taj Mahal, on and on and on. So many examples of projects. Now, I want to give you a very quick quiz. The way these quizzes work, we would rather you use the poll, but I can understand that on some devices, you will not be able to use the poll. If you cannot use the poll, chat privately, not in public, privately to me, and I will see your answer. But here is the poll. For those of you that can answer using the poll, use the poll. Project examples could include which of these? Taking a look at your PMBOK guide, which of these? I'll give you 5 more seconds. 3, 2, and 1. I know some of you may not be able to access the poll, so that's okay. Let's end and let's share results. So if you take a look at what you have listed here in the PMBOK guide, publication of a children's book is there. Human beings landing on the moon is there. So on a PMP question, when you see 2 things that you know are right, and there's all of the above, that is obviously the most likely answer. Now there's polio vaccine, but it doesn't have to be polio, any vaccine. So well done. Thank you for answering that one. Let's relaunch the poll again and let's go to our next question. And our next question is the PMBOK guide and the standard for project management are both in one book. True or false? A, true, B, false. Five more seconds. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Let's end the poll and let's share these results. And Margaret, one of the benefits of being a co-presenter is you cannot take part in this. So for a quick second, I'm going to take you off being a co-presenter, but if you see anyone stranded, let me know because I know you want to take part in the quizzes. So my friends, we can see majority chose true. It is true. How do you know this? If you go to the table of contents on Roman numeral 1, you see part 1 is a guide to the project management body of knowledge. PMBOK guide. Part 1, chapters 1 to 13 is the PMBOK guide. Part 2, if you turn the page over, all the way to Roman numeral 10, if you go to Roman numeral 10, you see part 2. It's the standard for project management. So actually, this book is not just the PMBOK guide, it's the PMBOK guide, which is actually called the Guide to the Standard for Project Management, as you saw in Roman numeral 1. So it's important we understand this book, right? A guide to the project management body of knowledge is called the PMBOK guide. In other words, it's a guide to the standard. And the standard is all the way at the back on page 541. But I see a number of you knew that, and it's just interesting trivia. All right, here is another question for you. A dash is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Thank you very much for your contributions. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Let us end the poll and share the results. And of course, everyone got this one right. Bravo, my friends. Indeed, it is a project. A project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Well done. Let's go to our next question. Fulfillment of project objectives may produce which of the following? Now it's getting a little bit more intense. There's more text on the screen. But I want to give you guys a little clue. Right now, we just covered page 1, page 2. We're going into page 3 and 4 right now. So if you're stuck and you want to refer to your PMBOK guide for help, go to page 4 and I'll give you 40 seconds. The time will start getting longer now for you to make a decision. So go for it, 40 seconds. Twenty seconds. Thank you for your contribution. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end it and let's share the poll. And it appears that a little bit polarized, but most people went with C. Now, let us read page 4 together to unravel the answer. It says, this section describes foundational elements necessary for working in and understanding the discipline of project management. Projects. A project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. It says unique product, service, or result. Projects are undertaken to fulfill objectives by producing deliverables. An objective is defined as an outcome towards which work will be directed, a strategic position to be attained, a purpose to be achieved, a result to be obtained, a product to be produced, or a service to be performed. A deliverable is defined as any unique and verifiable product, result, or capability to perform a service that is required to be produced to complete a process, phase, or project. Deliverables may be tangible or intangible. Then it goes to this question, and we can see a unique product. You see that? Fulfillment of project objectives may produce one or more of the following deliverables. A unique product. So we can immediately cross out A because it says a product that is not unique. So we can cross that out. B says a non-unique, again, saying not unique. So this is what you need to do as you answer the questions on the exam, whether in your house or at Pearson. Cross out in your mind's eye, in your head, CAPM, PMP exam, whatever, cross out those that are not true. Because it says non-unique, it makes B wrong. A says not unique, same thing, it's wrong. C says a unique result, such as an outcome or document. That is the third bullet. A unique result such as an outcome or document, for example, a research project that develops knowledge that can be used to determine whether a trend exists or a new process will benefit society, such and such. So C is correct. Now D says a repetitive task to add value to produce a repeat product. That's immediately wrong. So the answer, as some of you guessed, is indeed C. Okay? So the answer to this one is C. Great. All right. Well, we're done with our little question time for now. We're going back to take a look at our slides. So, in the overview and purpose of the PMBOK guide, by taking a look at those questions, we got to understand what the standard for project management means. It's at the back of the book. We know that the PMBOK guide gives us the opportunity to share a common vocabulary. They refer to it as a common lexicon for project management. Something else that is talked about here on page 3 is the Code of Ethics. Now, the Code of Ethics is not part of the PMBOK guide, but guess what? For your exam, CAPM, PMP, you should, in fact, must read the Code of Ethics and understand it. Why? Because the PMI are going to ask you to sign that you did. And not signing that you did will prevent you from submitting your application. I should also let you know that the questions are sometimes cloaked with the dogma and the philosophy from the Code of Ethics. So the Code of Ethics, which is in my world, the unspoken chapter 14, it does need to be read. For those of you who are studying further with us on our learning system, you do know that there's a chapter 14 that you must go through and a quiz. So we are very, very passionate about the Code of Ethics because that's what gives us a frame of reference to the PMI's ideals and ethics. On to foundational elements, which we have kind of touched in a little bit. We know what projects are because we read the definition. We are now on page 5, and it says examples of projects include, but are not limited to, developing a new pharmaceutical compound for market, expanding a tour guide service, merging 2 organizations, and it goes on and on and on. The other bullet here that's important is temporary endeavor. And that's what made a lot of the options we were looking at incorrect. Projects are temporary. They do not continue forever. Let's turn the page over. Page 6. Projects drive change. You guys already know this because some of you are indeed project managers. Projects drive change. They move your organization from where they are now to where they want to be. Many organizations right now in this COVID-19 crisis are trying to reinvent themselves. So they have projects to think out of the box and move the company forward, to do things differently, to go online, to deliver food based on orders received online. And people who were sticklers for doing everything in person, they are now thinking of new ways of doing those things. Projects, moving the company forward. Page 7, projects enable business value creation. If it's not adding value to you, why on earth are you doing it? It says, PMI defines business value as the net quantifiable benefit derived from a business endeavor. I mean, it doesn't even take rocket science for one to understand value. You give a kid a toy that he or she doesn't like, it's going to end up in the garbage or somewhere else. Why? Because they understand value. If it doesn't bring some delight, if it doesn't bring some happiness or some usefulness, it's not valuable. Business value in projects refers to the benefit that results of a specific project. Benefit that the results of a specific project provide to its stakeholders. So that benefit could be tangible, money. I was speaking to a client a few weeks ago. They said, Phil, the only benefit we have from our projects, money. If it doesn't give us money, we're not doing it. I said, okay, that's what the PMBOK guide says. Monetary assets, stockholder equity. utility, something you can use, fixtures, tools, and market share. Examples of intangible elements include goodwill, brand recognition, public benefit, trademark, strategic alignment, and reputation. So I often say, if you create a product, service, or result that cannot be used, that no one is gravitating towards, your company spent millions of dollars on an IT system, no one's using it, no value, no benefits. Better believe it. So projects enable business value creation. They are the beginnings of business value being created. The question is, will you realize that value from the project? Because on a lot of projects, they end up creating great stuff, no one's using it. And that aspect of the business is known as benefits management. And that's why you need a benefits management plan to drive the benefits of that system, to ensure that people know about the system. People pulling their hair out on projects. I need a Gantt chart. I need a Gantt chart. Meanwhile, you've got one homegrown, millions of dollars built Gantt chart system, and no one's using it. So that's an example of a project. It has potential value. The project has enabled it, but no one is harvesting the value. So that's really what all this stuff talks about. The next one is project initiation context. It says, organizational leaders initiate projects in response to factors acting upon their organizations. There are 4 fundamental categories for these factors, which illustrate the context of a project. And you can see these here. 1 is to meet regulatory, legal, or social requirements. 2 is to satisfy stakeholder requests or needs, page 7, right at the bottom. The third one is to implement or change business or technological strategies. And the last one here is to create, improve, or fix products, processes, or services. If you turn the page over to page 8, you can see it goes on and shows you figure 1-2. These are factors that drive the initiating of a project. Regulatory, stakeholder need, improvements or creations of products, processes, or services, and to implement or change business or technological strategies. Page 9 goes into a very detailed breakdown of the specific factor that drives a project and other associated factors that this could fall under. So they've got a specific factor, but then they have these sub-factors that describe why the project is being done. Let's read a few examples. Okay. Specific factor. New technology is driving this project. An electronics firm authorizes a project to develop a faster, cheaper, and smaller laptop based on advances in computer memory and electronics technology. So back in 2003, 16 gig RAM was unheard of. Maybe 2 or 4, the fancy ones, maybe 8 at the time. But today, people are talking about RAM that is much, much more than that. So imagine a project as a result of the developments, new developments in technology. But then if you look to the right, it gives you some specifics as to why this is being done. And to read this properly, I'm going to have to turn my PMBOK guide on its side. But it reads, create, improve, or fix products, processes, and services. So even though it's new technology, it has a sub-factor as well, right? And then you can also see implement or change business or technological strategies. Sometimes a project may fall into 3 or even 4 categories, depending. But let's take a look at one that falls into 3 categories: market demand. A car company, this is number 5 down, market demand. A car company authorizes a project to build more fuel-efficient cars in response to gasoline shortages. And what are the specific factors? to satisfy stakeholder requests or needs, could be one. Second one is to create, improve, or fix products, processes, or services. And the last one there is implement or change business or technological strategies. Okay? So I could have shown you all of this stuff on a slide, but that's no good. I want you to be engaged, take notes, highlight your PMBOK guide, use Post-it notes, let the light bulb come on. Okay? So my friends, with that, we're moving into our next topic on this slide, project management. And before we go into project management, there is a question looming in the background. And let us launch our poll. I'll give you 20 seconds. Thank you very much. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. You already know, my friends, that the answer to this was looked at on page 5. Page 5. Let's read again. Going back to page 5, examples of projects include, you'll find the answer is all the options. All the options. Okay? Good. And with that, let's go back to our class slides. We're talking about project management and the importance of project management on page 10. It reads, project management is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to meet the project requirements. I want to give you guys a visual of this. This is what I see whenever I hear that definition, and this is going to help it stick for you. So let's read again. Project management is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activity. So this is project activities in the middle here. This is so helpful because I cannot count how many people say, oh, project manager, which industry? What is a project? What do you mean by project management? Well, project management is the application of knowledge. So I will have a K here for knowledge. Knowledge. Skills. And tools and techniques. See that? KSTT, knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques. That's really what this definition is all about. But it's important, when we say knowledge, what knowledge are we talking about? Various types of knowledge, various types of knowledge. And it depends on the project. the types of knowledge we're talking about are really those unspoken knowledge areas here. We're talking about cost knowledge. We're talking about the ability to scope out the project. We're talking about schedule knowledge. We're talking about knowledge about quality management, about resource management, about communications, about managing risks, about managing procurements, and about interpersonal skills to effectively manage our stakeholders' engagement. This is what they mean when they say knowledge. What other knowledge could we be talking about? Well, the talent triangle talks about technical knowledge is important, business knowledge is important, and strategic is important as well, but leadership is the base of everything. So you've got technical, business and strategic, and leadership. So the knowledge that we're talking about could exceed the knowledge areas and go into things like good old business acumen. Business acumen could help your project, depending on what project it is. What about skills? Interpersonal skills. Being able to interact and interrelate with people. Because you do know that 90% of the project manager's time is spent communicating. People say 70 to 90 as well, whatever one. But a lot of your time as a project manager is spent communicating. So when we say skills, we're talking a lot about interpersonal skills. We're talking a lot about leadership skills. Okay, and we're talking about skills that enable you as a project manager to navigate the crazy political landscape. A much needed skill for project managers. When we talk about tools and techniques, we're talking about things like earned value management and things such as Excel, Microsoft Project, Smart Sheets, Plan View, whatever you use, Clearview, SAP, all of those tools and techniques such as data analysis, being able to analyze data, being able to represent data, data representation, being able to gather data. All of these are techniques and tools, and these are the things that we are really applying to projects. So it is not just some random babble that someone threw into the PMBOK guide, as you already know. This is a very coherent definition, because when you look at what they're talking about on page 10, and you visualize it and you think about it in more detail, you realize they're not just talking about projects. They're talking about specific activities, because you do know that you've got the big project, but then you've got the little activities. You're applying this stuff to the activities and consequently the project as a whole. Why? It says to meet the project requirements. In other words, we're getting an output, and this output is really a deliverable. And that is a product, a service, or some other result. Could be a report, could be many things. But reading here, still on page 10, it says, project management is accomplished through the appropriate application and integration of the project management processes identified for the project. Project management enables organizations to execute projects effectively and efficiently. Okay? There's a lot to be read here, and I'm hoping that you will read this on your own, but remember, it's the top of the waves. On page 10, halfway down, it says, poorly managed projects or the absence of project management may result in missed deadlines, cost overruns, poor quality, rework, uncontrolled expansion. That's why we need scope management. Loss of reputation. That's why we need risk management. Unsatisfied stakeholders. That's why we need stakeholder management. And failure in achieving the objectives for which the project was undertaken. That's why we need project management all over. Page 11, it says effective and efficient project management should be considered a strategic competency within organizations. It enables organizations to tie project results to business goals, compete more effectively in their markets, sustain the organization, and respond to the impact of business environment changes on projects by appropriately adjusting project management plans. And that's all about project management. Now we're going into some additional definitions here. So, before I go into the additional definitions, there is something I need to do. Let me do that real quick. And bear with me. So for those of you that are on a computer that enables this sharing feature, I have shared with you the whiteboard that we just looked at. And the whiteboard that we just looked at has got my drawing, and this is going to help you remember the definition for project management. So you can download what I just shared and save it, okay? Download it and save it. It's going to help you with your recall. Something else that this class will help many of you with, because I know many of you are whiz kids, you're light years ahead. This is going to help you teach it. It's not just about learning for the exam. Like one of our students, Dustin, he is now having to train his entire company in project management, you know, as a PMP. So the way I'm teaching, you can take nuggets away, you can take ideas, some of these drawings and stuff, they'll help you think, how can I teach my people project management? All right. The importance of project management. That is on page 10. I just told you about the importance of project management. Very important. You don't want to fail. Plan your projects. Now, the relationship of project, program, portfolio, and operations management. Here's another topic. And this topic, to understand it, it requires a sketch again. So let's go back to our whiteboard for a quick second here. And let me illustrate for you the concept of portfolios. So imagine you work in a company and we'll call it company XYZ. And this is all of the work needed, or all of the work in existence. I want you to grab this concept. All of the work in existence in a company is known as a portfolio. A portfolio is all of the work a company has in its view at that particular time. Portfolio. Whatever you're doing, it is going to fall into some portfolio. Okay? Now, when we use the term portfolio, bear in mind that you could have other elements with specific names. We're going to call one of these a program. What is a program? For it to be a program, you should have at least 2 projects under it. So a portfolio is a collection of 2 or more projects. Why do we manage using a portfolio? Well, the reason is if you have 2 projects in a portfolio, they are not just any old 2 projects. They are interrelated projects. So these are 2 projects. Project 1 and project 2. Project 1 and project 2 are interrelated projects. There is a relationship in the resources being used, the client being managed, and a lot of the overarching objectives. In other words, the benefits. So this program has been put together to deliver certain benefits. So hold on to this thought. I'm going to expand this and give you a more robust view of program management. So why do we run programs? To deliver certain benefits. That's why. But I'll tell you something else. Or programs, I beg your pardon, I think I said projects. We run programs to deliver certain benefits, but beyond that, we need certain measures of control. We need control as we do these things. So if we are not coordinating at a higher level and you leave project manager 1 alone, you leave project manager 2 alone, well, they're going to end up being confused. 1 is not going to know what 2 is doing as efficiently as possible. And that's why you need the program manager. The program manager is going to help bring some sanity to the coordination of project 1 and project 2. Now, I would like to expand this concept just a little bit further. Project 1 is actually a project to deliver valuable software. This is a software project. Project 2, a few months down the road of working on project 1, they realized that if they really wanted to maximize the software, they needed new hardware. So they're doing a hardware refresh. Project 2 is hardware. In order to maximize the output from both, project 1 and project 2 need to be somewhat coordinated at a higher level. And that's where a program manager comes in. There's often a misconception in the business space that program managers manage 2 projects. I'm managing project 1, I'm managing project 2. Yeah, I'm a program manager. No, you're not. A program manager is not someone that's working on multiple projects. It's someone who is managing the project managers who are working on those projects, or may indeed be managing both projects and double as a program manager. You see, managing multiple projects doesn't make you a program manager. If they are interrelated projects and you are in charge of the overall coordination of both, then yes, you are a program manager. But if you're just managing one random project A and one random project G, that does not make you a program manager. So program management is managing interrelated projects at a macro level. And I've experienced this at Motorola, where I was managing the program, but I was also a project manager for HR. So we had project managers for supply chain, accounting, IT, but I was a project manager. While I was managing the program, I was managing a project in the program as well. So there's a distinction between coordinating various projects as a program manager versus just managing so many projects. Oh, Phil, I've got 100 projects I'm managing. I'm a program manager. No, you're not. Are they interrelated? And are you managing the macro view and the interrelationship? If you are, yes, you're a program manager. I know many companies define this differently, but it's important that you have a mental idea of what a program is. 2 or more interrelated projects. So I would like to use this to show some interrelationship. There is some interrelationship. If there's no interrelationship, it is not a program. Okay? Good. Now, one more project that we're going to throw in here is an integration project. So I'd like you to imagine we have project 1, project 2, and we have a third project, which I'm going to put here. And I'm going to say this is the integration project. This is project 3. And project 3 is integration of projects 1 and 2. Project 3, integration. I've got a bit of a limited space here, but you guys get the picture. Integration. So you could have in a program, project 1, software, project 2, hardware, project 3, integration, and they are interrelated. It is so important that you don't miss the interrelationship. Interrelationship, okay? So in a portfolio, you could have a program. Guess what else you could have? What else could you have? Random loan projects. So you could have projects that are just hanging in isolation, like that. Let's call this project 7. Project 7 is not connected to a program. It is just a lone project hanging on its own. See that? We could also have in a portfolio lone operational endeavors, not connected to anything. Operations. And this could be a lone operation project. We'll just call it Operation Z. It is just operational work that is happening in the firm, and it's the daily grind. It could be anything that is not a project, but it is important to sustain the business. Operational work. Cleaning is an operation. Cleaning the premises daily. Servicing the machines daily, and such. So what are we saying? A portfolio is a collection of projects, loan projects, operational work, loan operational work, programs, which you know is a collection of projects. In the PMBOK guide, they go a step further to even define something known as a sub-program. What is a sub-program? This is where it gets a little bit interesting, in that it really depends on the organization you work for. In certain organizations that are mature in their project management, they may say, your work, Keith, your work, it is not a project. It's not a project, Keith. It is a sub-program. It's not a program. It's not as big as a program, but it's too big to be a project. We're going to call this a sub-program. Bigger than a project, more significant than a project, but not as big as a program. We're going to put this under a program, and that's how you get a sub-program. So when you look at a portfolio, it is all of the work, but there are different categories and different labels. Programs are collections of 2 or more projects. You could also have sub-programs. And in portfolios, You could also have loan projects, loan operations, but one more factor to consider. There are also things that are defined as, you're going to love this one, terminology. You could also have sub-portfolios. Okay, sub-portfolio. What is a sub-portfolio? It could be a collection of projects, programs, and operations for a specific client. So a sub-portfolio could be all of the work for client X. They're so big, we're going to make it sub-portfolio 23. And in sub-portfolio 23, you're going to have programs, you're going to have projects, and you're going to have operations. Okay? Now, I don't want us to get bent out of shape with definitions here, but because this is so significant across the PMI, it is important that you understand what is in a portfolio. And that's why I'm taking the time to explain programs, sub-programs, projects, operations, and sub-portfolios. Okay? All very important stuff. Again, I will save this image. I will share it with you. But before I do that, I would like you to turn to page 12. And on page 12, you can see PMI's example, not as flashy as mine, but it's very bare bones to show you programs could have projects. Program B is really housing sub-program B1. Now, they're not calling it a sub-program, but that's what it is. All right. So sample portfolio across the entire organization and all of these components and more. I went above and beyond in my definition, but now you understand what it is. Okay. Good. And it appears as though we have someone trying to come in. And I wonder who DBA is. Let's see who this is. So welcome, welcome. I see that we have a friend who just joined. Would you be as kind to let me know in private chat who DBA is? Because I don't know. I'm clueless. Who is DBA? Database administrator? All right, I'm just joking. So my friends, I am going to share with you this image again, because I believe it may be of use to you. So let me go ahead and do that. And let's get the chat open. Oh, very good, Muzaffar. Thank you for sharing that. I see that. And thank you, Sadaf, for chatting in. When I get in tunnel vision, I do not see what is going on around me. So let us share this next image, because I think it may be of use to you guys again. A lot of the definitions I use are not just in this one standard. There are other standards the PMI has, and sometimes I refer to those. Okay. And it just hit 1 hour, and we're doing pretty well for time. And let's go back to our slides. So, relationship of project, program, and portfolio, and operations management. Now you guys know the full picture. Program management is managing programs. Let's go to page 14. Program management is defined as the application of knowledge, skills, and principles to a program to achieve the program objectives and to obtain, you might want to highlight, benefits and control. Oh, David, welcome, David. That's a cool set of letters. to have that as your name and have that as your as a title in a company. That's cool. Welcome. So, my friends, program management, as defined here, is application of knowledge, skills, and principles to achieve the program objectives and obtain those benefits and control. Just remember that. A program component refers to projects and other programs within a program. And there's a long narrative. I would love to go into it, but the value compared to time is not worth going through 5 minutes of reading. Let's go to the next page, page 15, portfolio management. And it says here, portfolio. A portfolio is defined as projects, programs, subsidiary portfolios, in other words, sub-portfolios like I showed you, and operations managed as a group to achieve strategic objectives. Now, while you cannot find the term sub-program in all of this, in other standards, you will find sub-program documented and other parts of the PMBOK guide, I'm sure if you look hard enough. But again, we don't want to go in tunnel vision for these definitions. The reward is not as much compared to the amount of time we would have to take to do all that. Let's go to page 16, operations management. Operations management is an area that is outside the scope of formal project management as described in this guide. Operations management is concerned with the ongoing production of goods and or services. It ensures that business operations continue efficiently by using the optimal resources needed to meet customer demands. It is concerned with managing processes that transform inputs, that is materials, components, energy, and labor, into outputs. And then they've got a discussion here about operations and project management. And this is an important one. So when we think about operations management and how it relates to project management, you could have a project to create certain machinery. Who is the client? The operations team. So operations are your friends. In many companies, they want the deliverable to be able to do their job properly. And that's where you see partnering between the operations team and the project management team. So let's read very quickly. It says, changes in business or organizational operations may be the focus of a project, especially when there are substantial changes to business operations as a result of a new product or service delivery. Ongoing operations are outside of the scope of a project. However, they are intersecting points where the two cross. Projects can intersect with operations at various points during the product lifecycle, such as when developing a new product, upgrading a product, or expanding outputs, while improving operations or the product development process at the end of the product lifecycle and at each closeout phase. And on the discussion goes. Okay, so they do intersect, but they are different. Projects are different from operations. And lastly, here we have OPM, Organizational Project Management and Strategies. So this is the summary because I don't want to go off on a rabbit trail. There's an entire standard on OPM. And once upon a time, there was a certification known as the OPM 3, which just meant Organizational Project Management Maturity Model. And I got certified in OPM 3. It's a very wide topic, but it looks at how organizations could be either not very mature, excuse me, not very mature or very mature. I may have to tone it down a notch because I have been speaking for about 4 days out of this week. So let's read. Portfolios, programs, and projects are aligned with or driven by organizational strategies and differ in the way each contributes to the achievement of strategic goals. Portfolio management aligns portfolios with organizational strategies by selecting the right programs or projects, prioritizing the work, and providing the needed resources. Program management harmonizes its program components and controls interdependencies in order to realize specified benefits. And it says project management enables the achievement of organizational goals and objectives. So what are they really saying here? I'm going to give you again another visual. And here is the visual. When we talk about portfolios, management, okay. And we have project management. So my friends, when we talk about portfolio management, it's different from project management. How? Portfolio management is about doing the right work. So if management is working on lousy stuff that does not profit the company, they're not doing well in portfolio management. But if they are, then it means they really know a thing or two about portfolio management. Some companies, they work on the right stuff more often than not. I mean, even Apple, great company, has had their own white elephant projects. But for the most part, they're smart when it comes to doing the right work. They do their research. They know a thing or two. That's why they have such huge market share. Now, doing the work right, this is project management. There's a difference, you see. Doing the right work, knowing the projects to do versus doing the project right. They're different things. Okay? So this helps you distinguish one from the other. All right. It's that time again for some trivia. I will relaunch the poll and I will give you a fresh question. I'll give you 20 seconds. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Let's end the poll and let's share the results. Just a little bit polarized. And if you recall what we read, projects are in programs, programs are in portfolios. Okay? So the answer to this is portfolio. Okay? Thank you very much for your participation. Let's go for one more question. And here's your next question. Dash is concerned with the ongoing production of goods and services, blah, blah, blah. I'll give you 20 seconds for this. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. Share the results. And what do you see from this? Majority of the folks have chosen option B. Why did they choose option B? Thank you for chatting into me. The reason why they chose option B is because it is option B. So they're the results, and the answer is indeed operations management. Very good. All right, but wait, there is actually another question of interest here. And the question is, what is a document established by an authority, custom, or general consent as a model or example known as? Thank you for the private chats. Thank you, Holly. Holly says, I think of a portfolio like a filing cabinet, a program like a drawer of a file cabinet, a project like the file folders in the drawers. That is a very good illustration. Thank you for sharing. All right, my friends, you got 3 more seconds. 2, 1. Let's end the poll. It seems like a lot of our friends did not bite on this one. I wonder why. There's a trick to answering that one. That question is definitely a possibility on any exam. So let's end the poll, share the results. All right. So I think the words that throws people off here is the word authority. See? But that should not throw you off. It should not. Authority is like saying person X is an authority in project management. That, that's really what it is. So the answer to this, because it says or general consent as a model. See that? Or example. You know that it cannot be a regulation, my friends. So the answer is indeed what majority of the people chose. It is a standard established by an authority such as the PMI. The PMI is an authority. They're the biggest in the world. So when we say this is a standard, we are not incorrect in saying so, because they are an authority, okay? I hope that makes sense. Good. Let's go on to another question here. This should be rather easy. And I'm doing this because you do need to know about this. So let me stop the results and relaunch the poll. This is not going to be on your exam, but it's just good old trivia for those of you who do not know about it. It's a way of introducing you to this world. What do you think? Thank you for your chats. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. Thank you very much for participating. Let's share the results, my friends. And it seems like majority went with D. I know that it's not talked about in the PMBOK guide, but believe it or not, there is such a document known as the PMI Lexicon of Project Management Terms. If you are a member of the PMI, you can find it on their website. You can, okay? Good. Let's relaunch. Look for the Lexicon of Terms. It's a very rapid way. It's a PDF, but it looks very much like the glossary, but it's actually got more in it. I would say go through that before your PMP exam, your CAPM exam. Here is your next question, which is very, very easy. You will get this one right because we just talked about it. 10 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. Share the results. So it says, which publication is used to instill confidence in the project management profession? This is the one I told you you need to read, page 3, the PMI Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. That is what will help you make wise decisions. There's honesty talked about, there is respect, and other topics talked about there. So the answer is the PMI Code of Ethics, okay? Here's another one, another question. Which of the following moves an organization from one state to another? We talked about this. This is a cakewalk for you guys. And I'm not against you opening your PMBOK guide. If you're still at that level, that's fine. Open up your guide. It's all about learning. I'm not gung-ho about it being a closed book experience, okay? Open up your PMBOK guide, feel free. This is the time to use your guide because you know your friend watching you from behind the glass at Pearson, they're not gonna let you do it, so do it here. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. Let's share. And it's very polarized. So let's take a look at where the answer to this is. I want to give you a face to the name, all right? There is a visual, and you guys, PMBOK scholars, who have read the PMBOK guide back to front, I know some of you are like, Phil, can we pick up the pace a little bit? I don't want to lose people. I'm sorry, I don't want to lose anyone. Okay. So there's an image in the PMBOK guide that shows you projects move you from your current state to your future state. That is what a project does. It moves you, okay? It is projects that enable you to do that. The page because we did pass it, page 6. Page 6. So you can see the current state is a particular organizational structure. The future state looks different. See that? When we look at the y-axis, we have business value. And projects add business value over the x-axis of time. That's the whole idea. Okay. Page 6, figure 1-1. So the answer to that question, my friends, is project. Project. Okay. Okay. Let's go a step further. I hope these questions are helping you find out more about what you know and what you don't. And like I always say, it's anonymous, so I don't know who's voting on what. Here's another one, my friends. Did I actually share that with you? Yes, I did. Okay, let's stop and let's relaunch. And here's your next one. The benefit that the results of a specific project provide to its stakeholders is known as what? And you do know where to find that if you are inclined to opening up your PMBOK guide. I'm not against it. So on page 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Let's end the poll. Share the results. And when this happens on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you know, is the audience ever wrong? Sometimes they are, at least in my classes. Sometimes majority is wrong, but in this instance, majority is right. We refer to this as business value. This is on page 7. Business value in projects refers to the benefit that the results of a specific project provide to its stakeholders. Okay, good. All right, we're going to land the ship in a few moments here. So let's go back to chapter 1. Okay, so let's have a holistic view regarding the guide. Let's talk about components of the guide. So I'm going to depart just a little bit from the PMBOK guide. I'm going to focus on components of the guide. Page 17 is really where I'm hammering at, but I'm going to show you less pages and talk to what's on the screen. So what are the components of the PMBOK guide? You need to understand project life cycles. You need to understand development life cycles. What is a project life cycle? I'll give you one of the most mundane examples. Some of you have already heard my example, and I use it all the time because it's so easy. But I don't eat a lot of cake, but I use cake a lot in my classes because a lot of us like cake. So the life cycle, the project life cycle is what you need to do to bake that cake. That's the project life cycle for cake. Buy ingredients, mix ingredients, put the ingredients in the oven, set the temperature, whatever you want to call it. But you could say, I have a cycle for baking a cake. Buy ingredients, mix ingredients, bake cake, serve cake. End of story. That's my life cycle. Now, going to more technical things, you could say, well, I've got a life cycle for my software development. I'm going to do my analysis, my design, my development of the system. Then I'm going to test, and then I'm going to implement. Analysis, design, develop, test, implement. Project life cycle for an IT software project. Okay. And you could go on and on. Project life cycle is specific to the work being done. I'm going to write a book. I'm going to write the chapters. I'm going to edit the chapters. I'm going to publish the book. Life cycle, project life cycle. Now, do not confuse that with development life cycle. Development life cycles are different. When we talk about development life cycles, and if you follow along with me, you can see on page 19, it says project and development life cycles. We have 5 development life cycles talked about. Okay, so I'm going to cut a lot of the crud here and hit the main point. It says development life cycles can be predictive, iterative, incremental, adaptive, or a hybrid model. Get that? Good. Now, for those of you that have not done the due diligence to look at your copy of this book, you need to. Agile is not just on the PMP exam. It is also under Cap M. Needs to be read. The specific page I would like you to study in your own time is page 18. Page 18. See that? Page 18, that's got this table. When you study page 18 in the Agile Practice Guide, this will become more apparent to you what the PMI is saying. You could say the life cycle, project life cycle for baking a cake is this. But we are going to use a specific development approach where we do this using a predictive development life cycle. In other words, we're going to plan out everything that needs to be done and do it. Predictive is planning out everything that needs to be done, doing it, delivering one time. But we see other things on page 18. Iterative. Iterative, we're going to repeat steps until our deliverable is correct, and we're going to deliver it one time. Incremental, we are going to perform our tasks once, and we are going to deliver in increments. Agile, we are going to do things in iterations, repeat until correct, but we are going to deliver in increments. These four need to be understood. Going back to your PMBOK guide, there is a fifth one, and they call that a hybrid life cycle. In a hybrid life cycle, you can combine predictive approaches and adaptive approaches. So I need you to go back to page 19. When we're done, there's not enough time for us to go through the entire page 19 in the PMBOK guide or page 18 in the Agile Practice Guide. Okay? It is so important that you understand this because I can see PMI giving you questions from this area easily. Very, very easily. All right? Good. Thank you for chatting in the page, Tina. And we're getting to the point where we're gonna land this ship. We're gonna land this spaceship, the mothership. Project phase. What is a project phase? It's talked about here as well. If you go to page 20, it says, a project phase is a collection of logically related project activities that culminate in the completion of one or more deliverables. The phases in a life cycle can be described by a variety of attributes. So in other words, when we say project life cycle, we're talking about a collection of phases. When we talk about development life cycle, we're talking about how we develop the deliverable. Iterative, predictive, and so on. So in order for you to describe a project life cycle, you should know what phases are, okay? It says projects may be separated into distinct phases. And it gives you some examples: concept development, feasibility study, customer requirements, solution development, design, prototype, build, test, transition, commissioning, milestone review, and lessons learned. What do you notice from that? You notice that there is no talk about process groups, because you should never use the word phase to describe a process group, or you will get answers wrong. Don't do it. So when people say, oh, the initiation phase, the planning phase, it's important that we understand where they're coming from. If that is truly a phase name in their company, that's fine. But if they're talking about project management process groups, they're wrong. Project management process groups are not phases. Very important to remember that. All right, page 21, phase gate. It is also known as a phase review, a phase end review, a milestone, a toll gate, a kill point, many, many terms. So I want you to highlight in your PMBOK guide, at the bottom of phase gate, we have, depending on the organization, industry, or type of work, phase gates may be referred to by other terms such as phase review, stage gate, kill point, and phase entrance or phase exit. Those terms need to be remembered. Phase exit, kill point, stage gate, all that stuff. Very important to remember. Okay? And what do you know? We are on to our favorite place in the PMBOK guide, the not so dreaded page 25. What is the philosophy behind page 25? The philosophy is as follows. We have process groups, which are groups of processes: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. A mnemonic for this is I prefer eating mangoes chilled, or I prefer extra money cash. Especially now. Can't go to the bank that conveniently without my gloves and my mask. So I want money cash. Or maybe you do want a credit card because you don't want to handle that money. Want to make sure Corona isn't on that thing. All right. Just a few colorful visuals to make sure that the process group mnemonic sticks. I prefer extra money cash. So we can break project management down by process group or by knowledge area. The mnemonic: I saw 6 Cubans quietly rolling cigars, really puffing smoke. For those in healthcare companies that have said, Phil, this is not acceptable here. One of my clients on the East Coast said, Phil, please refrain. I'm joking, they didn't say that. But anyway, I saw the displeasure on their faces and I told them, calm down, it's just a mnemonic. So I gave them another mnemonic. I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories. So imagine them in their little aprons at Starbucks by the window, roasting coffee for your favorite coffee. I saw 6 Cubans quietly rolling cigars, or you saw 6 chipmunks, whatever. And that takes us to the not so dreaded page 25. Page 25 is where we can see the intersection of the knowledge areas and the process groups and the processes. And this is what we will be talking about in the 4th part of our session today. Looking at the time, we were targeting to end at past. We are 3 minutes over. We'll probably go a few more minutes over. We'll take a break and then we'll come back. But before you go on a break, I want to call your attention to a very curious looking page, 27. Page 27, if you have not read the PMBOK guide, it can appear to be very, very strange. I actually got an email from one of our friends about this. Keith says, I memorized this chart and failed. And I can see Holly has kindly shared something with you guys. But let's go to page 27. I want to talk about page 27. Page 27 has an image here. And you see executing processes talked about. And then it shows work performance data. This could be a little bit hard for a lay person to understand. So let me break it down and make it more simple. This should actually say direct and manage project work, really, to be fair. We have a process in project management named direct and manage project work. Now, before I go down this trail, I do not want to lose anyone. So I need you guys to chat into me. Has everyone heard about page 25 and the 49 processes? Or is it a new concept to you? Is there anyone? Chat into me if it is familiar to you. Holly says a chipmunk. That is going to be fun to see. Thank you. Holly sees it in a dream. Oh dear. Very fun. Oh dear. You failed the dreams about it as well. Travis. Oh, I'm getting a lot of chats. Antonio says yes. Joanne says yes. Christopher says it is familiar. Thank you. Chizaba says yes. Tina says yes. Oh, then. Awesome. Very good, Muzaffar. Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Margaret. Fabian, good to see you. I saw you come in. Very good. Kathy, thank you. Okay. And Sandria says yes as well. Okay. Crystal, good to see you here. I'm not sure if I caught you coming in the beginning, but yes, thank you. Pedro, thank you. Very good to see you guys. David, thank you very much. So, my friends, in that case, the final piece that I want to show you is based on these processes and their interaction, and then we'll take a break, okay? So, I would like you to put a note to yourself on page 27 that when they say executing processes, and when they show you this arrow, this thing here that they're talking about, work performance data, it is really an output of direct and managed project work. And it's important that we don't get muddled up by what they're saying here, because if you just read it verbatim, you could kind of get confused. Because work performance data does not come from every single process in executing. It does not. It is explicitly mentioned as an output of direct and managed project work, but the work performance data comes from processes and is harvested in direct and managed project work, and then it becomes an output. So instead of them saying executing processes, I would have said direct and managed project work. That's my opinion, okay? All right, because I cannot tell you how many people have said, Phil, this is wrong. This image is wrong. And I begin to explain to them what it is. All right. The next one says controlling processes. No, this is monitoring and controlling processes, but not just that, it's those outside of integration. Why do I say this? Because someone said, Phil, oh, so you mean only those that say control, like control schedule, but not monitor communications? I said, oh dear, PMI, what have you done? What have you done? You just ended up confusing half of the people reading the book by not being explicit. So I'm trying to be as clear as possible, okay? So work performance information is what comes out. I know some of you already know this story. It's like yesterday's news, isn't it? Some of you already know this inside out. A nice refresh, huh? Okay. So work performance information is what you get out of these monitoring and controlling processes outside of integration. I'm trying to draw it all out so that there's no confusion. All right. Okay, so let's talk for a quick second about what work performance data is. Work performance data is a raw observation about the project. Okay? It's a raw observation about the project. Work performance information is the analysis of work performance data. From henceforth, I will refer to it as WPD. Okay? Now, when you analyze work performance data, you get work performance information. This gives you more insights and intelligence about the project state. Oh, I should say status as well. Okay, So work performance information is an analysis of the WPD. And that work performance information, you see the PMI in the PMBOK guide have referred to this as an input to something called overall project control. But I would say you want to think about this as monitor and control project work. Monitor and control project work is the specific process that WPI is going to. And this is where you are collecting all of this WPI. They are not wrong in saying monitor and control project work is overall project control. It is. It's just that people get lost when they don't see more information. Okay, so let me make it as clear as possible. All right, and then you can see work performance reports is an output. Work performance reports just means you collected all of this work performance information and you put it into a report. So we get work performance reports as the output. All right, see that? Where does work performance reports go? This is where people just totally get lost, because what they're indicating here is not intuitive for a beginner. So let me show you. There are 4 places that work performance reports goes to. It goes to 3 M's. The first M is manage team. That's the first one. The second M is manage communications. The third M is monitor risks. And the P is perform integrated change control. And that's why I asked you, do you know your 49 processes? Because if you don't, all of this is just going to be a lot of text. I mean, anyone who does not know this would struggle. And that's why I would have taken a different route to explain it if anyone had said, I don't know it, Phil. So it's okay if you don't know, because I will always find a different route to explain it to you. So where this stuff goes, manage team, manage communications, monitor risks, and perform integrated change control. And that, my friends, is the most I would have gone on this page, so as not to confuse anyone, because they have shown a feedback loop, but it's not of as much value. In fact, a little bit distracting. But I hope you're able to match what I'm saying and see. Okay, so here we go. There's everyone. Okay. All right, no worries. Thanks for your chats, my friends. Okay. And with that, we are going to round up. I have shared the image with you so that you can add it to your learning portfolio. And my challenge to you with this one is that by the end of Friday next week, you should be drawing out this table in 5 minutes flat. I know some of you already know the table, but I want you to get to 5 minutes. And with that, my friends, we're at the end of chapter 1. Who said chapter 1 can be covered in 10 minutes? They're wrong. We need a lot more time to cover chapter 1. And you see, there are some aspects of chapter 1 that I am going to be covering in integration. And this has to do with the project benefits management plan and other things, which I have conveniently skipped for now because it would be too much. We're hitting 1 hour, 47 minutes, thereabouts. And it's important that we take a break. Okay, so not everyone has typed in yes about page 25. That means some people may not know it. So if you found anything to be confusing, can you just be honest? And I'm not going to call out your name, just chatting to me privately. Which aspect was still not sure, Phil, about that? Not sure. Not sure. Thank you very much. I see page 25, and I had already gotten chats about that. Not everyone can do page 25. But thank you for confirming that you can. So some of the folks who did not say yes are now telling me that they can. Kathy says, the last graph was very helpful. Woohoo! I love it, Kathy. So it's like this. So in the United Kingdom, before, I'm going to answer the question anonymously, I'm not going to mention names, but in the United Kingdom, before we had these things called mobile phones, or before we had Google Maps, we would need to know where we were going in our heads, or we would know the A to Z. It was just a map in a book. What made black cab drivers in the United Kingdom so valuable is, even without an A to Z, they had done so many exams that they knew where they were going. They did not need to refer to the A to Z. Like when I was going to places, I would have to look at my A to Z and know how to get there. But there's some people that were A to Z inept. They could not even read an A to Z. They would still have to rely on guesswork to get to where they were going, or call people, I'm lost. But black cab drivers, they knew the A to Z in their head. They paid so much for their training. They knew where they were going, anywhere in London. For you, you know what your A to Z is? Let me give you a reminder. This is your A to Z. It needs to be in your head. Can you do without knowing and memorizing this? I'll just say it will be hard. It will be hard. This is your A to Z. I like the visual that one of our group members on Facebook, Dre, gave me when he passed the exam. He said, Phil, this is like the map of the world, and on your PMP exam, the PMI can drop you anywhere. If the PMI drops you here, do you know where you are? If the PMI drops you here and you just look around and see the surroundings, do you know where you are? Without page 25, it's going to be hard for you to know where you are on this grid. You need to know, am I far out at a knowledge area view, or am I here in control schedule? You need to know it, my friends. Trust me, I'm your friend. I want to help you. I call it drinking the Kool-Aid. In the military, they call it embracing the suck. This is the suck. We got to embrace it, get into our heads. We got to go armed with every possible knowledge, ammo, weaponry we can find. And this, my friends, I can tell you, I will say roughly 85 to 90% of PMPs will tell you this is the rites of passage. Okay? You got to know it. Thank you. And I see another chat here. WPD, WP. Okay, we'll do that after the break for sure. Very true. So someone else says it's very different in the real world when it comes to project management. You are so correct. The real world presents a lot of different challenges. Let me jump on that and we'll close. I'm sorry, I know I've gone off on a rabbit trail. Let me just finalize with this. I got a chat. I got a number of chats, which I believe I've addressed now. But I want you to go to page 555 because there's a very good comment there that I want to show you. So let's take a look at this one more time. This looks too neat to be reality. And that's true based on the comment I got. That's true. You know what is reality? Page 555. Do you see that graph? Spaghetti all over the place, messy. That is how projects really look. Page 25 is all well and good. It's just a presentation of information. But the way things really are, is your page 555. All right, my friends, we are going to take a break at this point. It's going to be a short break, but I think we need at least, let's go for a 10-minute break. It's going to help us. I know it's unscheduled, but I also did not mean to go almost 2 hours. You guys need that break. I'm going to start the timer, 10 minutes, and then when we come back, we'll pick up from where we left. All right, 10-minute break, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. See you in 10 minutes. Welcome back to PMP Exam Tech Camp Chapter 2. Chapter 2 is about the environment in which projects operate. Projects are influenced by their environments without a doubt. There are two major influences talked about in the PMBOK guide. The first is known as enterprise environmental factors. This refers to the internal factors to the firm and the external factors to the firm that can impact you. We call them enterprise environmental factors. Let's talk about internal factors. We work for Company X. Company X says, no hiring staff augmentation. We have people that are our direct employees and no one else in this company. No staff augmentation, nothing. That is a factor that can propel or prohibit you in certain projects. If you need to hire every single person who does any sort of work for you, then it's a factor that limits you. What about an external factor? You're in the construction business, high-rise skyscrapers and the like. There are certain OSHA regulations, health and safety regulations that your company needs to adhere to. Those are external enterprise environmental factors. These safety clauses are going to help you, but they're not yours. It's from the government. External enterprise environmental factor. When you think about the marketplace right now, it's in a state. I feel so sorry for people who are farmers in the food business at the commercial level because everything's gone to the dogs. People are pouring away gallons of milk that they cannot sell to the hotels anymore. People are breaking eggs. Farmers are pulling out the crops and sticking them back into the ground because there's no one to sell them to. Talk about a bad marketplace condition. That is an external enterprise environmental factor. Another example is the price of copper back in the 2008, 2009 recession period. One of my clients said, Phil, we can't even get copper at a reasonable rate for our projects. They're into electrical stuff. So marketplace conditions is an example. And this is how I want you to think about EEFs organically. Let's not overcomplicate it by saying, oh, there's this laundry list. No, think about it from a pragmatic standpoint. What are the factors that can impact your project? Internal to the firm, external. What is another example of an internal EEF? Another example is the software systems that you use. If you use a big, giant, unwieldy system that makes work very laborious, that's a factor that can propel or impede you. It is not an asset. It is a factor in this case. So when we talk about project management information systems, don't look at the system as an asset. It's the data in the system, that's the asset. But the system itself is a factor when we talk about EEFs. It's an internal factor. Your IT systems, if you're in production and you're in this remote place somewhere on the outskirts of town, there's no tarred road, everywhere is upside down in terms of transportation there. That is a factor. And many people may not want to do business with you because your infrastructure is out of whack. Infrastructure is, again, an internal EEF, internal to the company. Do you have machines? Do you have the roads to get to where you are? And what are your clauses about people? What are the systems you use? These are the factors. So again, let's go to our book, your favorite book, Same Good Channel, never fails you. Page 38, it says, enterprise environmental factors refers to conditions not under the control of the project team that influence, constrain, or direct the project. And then it breaks it down into internal EEFs. And in internal EEFs, we see it broken down into these categories. And my mnemonic for this is only great individuals inspire resources every day. The first one is organizational culture, structure, and governance. Speaks for itself. The structure of the firm, how the firm is governed, the leadership style, beating people over the head with a stick, locked door policy, open door policy. Those are factors that impact your output as a company and on a project. The next one is geographic distribution of facilities and resources, factory locations, virtual teams, shared systems, cloud computing. The next one is infrastructure. As I said, do you have the infrastructure? It could impede you or it could advance you. Information technology software, same thing. Scheduling software tools, configuration management systems, all of these are factors. They either prohibit you or they advance you. Resource policies, procedures, and availability. There are constraints in hiring vendors. You cannot hire that vendor. They're not on the approved list, but they're the best there is. They are not on the approved list. That becomes a factor. Employee capability. It says examples include existing human resources expertise. So we've got a project coming up. We need an expert in earned value management. Oh, we got experts here. Pedro is an expert, Sandra is an expert, Tina is an expert, David is an expert. We've got a lot of expertise in earned value management. And that was one of the criteria for this government project. It's going to advance us. You see, the skills that you have in your people, it is either going to advance you or it's going to prohibit you from bidding. You see what I'm saying? So it says examples include existing human resource expertise, skills, competencies, and specialized knowledge. You got specialized knowledge and experience in an area, it could just take you to that next level. It could propel you as an entire company. Okay? Very good. Very interesting. Thank you for the chats. So, the next type of EEFs are external. This is going to be so easy. Now, depending on who your senator is, they may or may not agree with this. So let's not get political here. Again, it's just a mnemonic, okay? Marketplace conditions is the first one. Social and cultural influences is the next one. It needs no introduction. We know what these mean, right? The condition of the marketplace, the social influences, where you live, where your company is, political climate, codes of conduct, ethics. Oh, that is unethical. That is not right. By the standards where we live. There are lots of things in the United States that are looked upon with great consternation in other countries. You'll be like, how do you guys even do that? Social and cultural influences. Okay? Legal restrictions. Examples include country or local laws. Legal restrictions are external. They're imposed by the country. Regulations related to security. OSHA regulations, what you must do if you are building a high-rise structure. Laws that define how the scaffolding should be erected. All of those are legal restrictions. Commercial databases. Commercial databases, benchmarking results, standardized cost estimating data, industry risk study information, and risk databases. Those are known as commercial databases. Academic research. Research done by the Stanford Research Institute shows that in relationships, 87.5% of your success depends on those relationships in business. It's research, it's academic research. Examples include industry studies, publications, and benchmarking results. We have government or industry standards. It says examples include regulatory agency regulations and standards related to products, production, environment, quality, and workmanship. Financial consideration. The exchange rate has just become so horrendous for the pound or the dollar or the yen or the euro or whatever it is. We want to consider inflation rates. So can you imagine if everyone wasn't tanking in terms of currency right now, there would have been more concerns, but it's across the board. So it kind of evens the playing field. So we don't hear too much considerations about that. People are all about the health right now. But financial considerations are typically considered: inflation rates, tariffs, and geographic location. Last but not least, we've got physical environmental elements, working conditions, the good old weather. My friends out in the United Kingdom know about that weather. My friends in Seattle, you know that weather, that weather. And those are your EEFs, my friends, enterprise environmental factors. So when you think about how projects are influenced, you got to break down your EEFs into two. Don't just think, oh, EEF. No, that's primitive. We got to get down to the level where we say, that's internal, that's internal, that's external. That's external, that's internal. You need to. Why do I say that? Because throughout the PMBOK guide, the PMI are constantly shoving these in front of you. So if you do not know the definition for EEFs very well, you'll find yourself always, oh, I need to read that thing. That's why I'm spending 15 minutes on this with you, so that you really know it well. Random example, estimate cost. Page 243. Now I have shared this information with you. You can look at enterprise environmental factors and say, oh, market conditions. Oh, that's not internal. That's a factor. That's not internal. That's external. Published commercial information. Oh, that's external. Exchange rates. Oh, that's external. It's going to become so much easier for you now that we've talked about this. The next thing to talk about is OPAs, organizational process assets. This is so easy. Let me demystify it for you. We're not talking about property. We're not talking about cars. We're not talking about machines. Asset does not refer to physical belongings. I see the chat to see that mnemonic again. Which one? The one about our senator, whoever that is? So there's this, and I'm going to make this easier for you. I wish I could take a screenshot. Let me see if it will let me do that. Or you guys take a screenshot. Take a screenshot of it. This is shared on YouTube as well. So that's the first one, and that's the second one. Who is your senator? Does her name or his name begin with the letter B? Let's not get political. Let me behave myself. I'm going to behave myself. Although I'm tempted to go political. I love politics. All right. So OPAs, my friends, as I said, you do not want to be thinking about cars, machinery, airplanes, choppers. No. You want to think about the brain power that you put behind how you run the business. That's the first thing. Processes and procedures are assets. Why? Because we spend ages, hours, months putting these ideas together. A lot of companies are very primitive because they have not invested in their processes and procedures. So they've got very, very poor organizational process assets, handicapped, very, very, very poor. And I say that to mean instead of getting help, they don't. They just leave their processes going to the dogs. So there are problems when they run projects. You see what I'm saying? They have not done any of these things I'm showing you. There are no templates. There are no guidelines, standards. What's that? Forget that. But there are some companies that have this stuff. There are some companies that are so good in understanding if you do not invest in your process improvement, you're not going to grow. And those people have very mature OPAs, traceability matrices. They've spelled out which contracts they're going to do, which ones they're not, and so on. All of these things on the screen, my friends. So if you go to 2.3.1, I pretty much ripped out everything from 2.3.1 and put it in a list. These are your OPAs. See? Templates, guidelines, organizational standards, product and project life cycles defined, maybe even drawn out flow charts showing you that stuff, defining the types of contracts you do. One of our clients has done a brilliant job in defining these are the types of contracts that we do and making it very elaborate. So when their suppliers come on, they understand, oh, this is the kind of contract you want to do with us. Pre-approved supplier lists, change control procedures, traceability matrices, financial control procedures, issue and defect management procedures. You see that? Resource availability control in the form of documentation, deliverable verification and validation procedures, work authorization procedures. We refer to this as processes and procedures. Okay, let's go to 2.3.2. It says the organizational knowledge repositories for storing. Now, this is not process and procedure. This is information that you have gleaned from previous projects. It says, these include, but are not limited to, configuration management knowledge repositories. See that? Financial data repositories, historical information and lessons learned knowledge repositories. For example, project records, documents, all project closure information and documentation, information regarding both the results of previous project selection decisions and previous project performance information, and information from risk management activities. See that? Data repositories for metrics used for process and product measurements, and project files from previous projects. All of these could be in your corporate knowledge base. I call it the CKB. The PMI refer to this as organizational knowledge repositories. Okay? So, my friends, you guys are at the point where you can take on another set of questions, not from chapter 1, but from chapter 2. I think you will do very well in this one because we have talked about it quite a lot. So I'm going to start off by asking you a question about enterprise environmental factors. You can feel free to open up your PMBOK guide as I go through these, and I'm just going to cherry pick those questions that are about EEFs and OPAs. Are you ready? Let's share and go to our poll. And what do you think these answers are? I'm going to give you 30 seconds for each one because we've got quite a lot of them. Thank you very much. Some people jumped right out of the gate in the first half a second. My goodness, you guys are being extremely efficient on this one. Well done. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's end the poll and let's share the results. So, which of the following is an enterprise environmental factor? The way to know an EEF, it is not a process, manual, or anything with the word procedure in it, or lessons learned information. Those are all organizational process assets. Okay? I love the news. Be on fire. I love it when you guys are on fire. Lovely. Yes. Very, very true indeed, my friend. I see those chats. I love the engagement. Thank you very much. You got no idea how excited I am that the light bulbs are coming on and you guys are engaged. Good. So the answer to this is indeed what you chose. It is geographic distribution of facilities and resources. That is a what factor? Is it internal or external? Chat into me. Is that an internal EEF or an external EEF? What do you think? What do you think? Geographic distribution. Open up, I'm giving you permission to open up your PMBOK guide. What do you think? You got to know your mnemonic, right? But you got to know which G is it. Is it geographic or is it government? So geographic has to do with us. Remember I said if you are out in the remote parts where no one goes, then you got a problem. It's an internal factor. That's on page 38, geographic distribution of facilities and resources. So the more we look at this stuff, the better we're gonna get, the better we're gonna get. Well done, my friends. Let's relaunch. Let's go on to our next one. This one is on the OPA. What do you think? 30 seconds. Ten seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. Share the results. Mildly polarized. And in this edition of Who Wants to Be a PMP? Okay, you guys got the answer right for the most part. Now let's explain why it's not A. Marketplace conditions are not an asset. It could help you if the marketplace is rife with activity and in your domain, like our friends on Zoom, their stock has gone through the roof. The marketplace condition is working for them, but it's not an asset. It's a factor that is working for them. Remember, EEFs, they can work for you or against you. Let's read page 38, line 3 at the end. These factors may enhance or constrain project management options. In addition, these factors may have a positive or negative influence on the outcome. So, Why is Zoom doing so well? Because the marketplace needs face-to-face engagement. And people who didn't even know the tool existed, they want to be able to engage with massive amounts of people without tanking their wireless connection. And that's why Zoom has become so dominant. Marketplace conditions, my friends. Marketplace conditions is not an asset, it's a factor. So the answer to this, like I said, is indeed guidelines. Anything that you took time to write out, processes, procedures, guidelines, those are your assets. Okay? Very good. Thank you for your participation. Still an organizational process assets. And like I told you, I have absolutely nothing against you opening up your PMBOK guide if you feel like. If it makes you feel better, we're not at Pearson. Do it. Do it. I'm all about you learning however you can. Here's your next one. Let's relaunch the poll and let's go for it. 30 seconds. Go. Thank you, my friends, for all your awesome chats. I love seeing you engaged. You know that. You know that. I'm just doing my job as your coach. I got to let you know I enjoy your engagement. When you answer the questions, you take part in the polls, it just makes me happy because I know you guys have sacrificed a lot to be here. Hey, it's Saturday. You could be out doing other things. Well, you could be out in some states. Some states you can't. You can't. You might as well speak to your buddy Phil, right? All right, let's end the poll. It seems like you guys destroyed this one. This one needs no explanation. Well done. Everyone got this right. You totally get it. Processes and procedures and the corporate knowledge base. Very good. Very good. Florida beaches are open. Said Crystal, are they still open? These people haven't learned their lessons. Oh my gosh. I know someone in Florida who told me he had to get a permit to go to his office. So I don't know where that, I think that's in, I'm not sure where in Florida that is. That's weird. All right, let's relaunch. And let's go for this one. Which of the following is an EEF? Thirty seconds. Okie dokie. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. Let's share the results. And in this episode of Who Wants to Be a PMP, we are going to strike out those that are flat out incorrect. So anything that has procedures in it, you know that cannot be. Templates, that cannot be an EEF, that's an OPA. Guidelines and corporate knowledge. Corporate knowledge gave it away. Corporate, company knowledge, my friends. That is why the answer is B. You got to be able to disqualify what is not and what is. Okay, I've got so many of these, but we do need to move on, and we're going back to reality. Did I hear someone saying, oh, all right, I'll give you one more then. I didn't know you liked them so much. Here's one more. And here is your poll relaunched. I'm glad you're enjoying them. One more. 5, 4, 3. Thank you very much for your participation. Let's end the poll. You guys are now seasoned EEF and OPA certified project managers. We just need to turn those letters to CAPM and PMP, huh? All right, let's go back. Thank you for your participation. Now you guys have a very clear idea of this topic. We are now going into part 2 of chapter 2. It's on page 42. It's a very curious title. It's called Organizational Systems. Now, I am not going to cover the entire gamut of pages. There are so many pages here that talk about stuff that may be a little bit hard to actually sink your teeth into, except you have seasoned yourself. If you have never read this before, it would be very unfair and very cruel and unusual for me to drag you through it. So I will not drag you through the entire thing, but I will give you my own macro description of this stuff, just so that you can understand it and function through as you study on your own. Okay, let's read the first part. It says, projects operate within the constraints imposed by the organization through their structure and governance framework. So what are they saying? Projects operate in the firm based on the governance, the leadership, the management, the rules, the policies, the procedures that are imposed on the team. If management says, thou shalt not do this, that is imposed on you, whether for good or not. But it becomes part of the organizational constraints that either enable you or prohibit you. See? Let's go to the second paragraph. Remember, I'm not covering the whole thing. I want you to read it after we go through this. It says, the interaction of multiple factors within an individual organization creates a unique system. It's a rather big word. You see that? The interaction of human beings within company X, departments within company X, rules and regulations that govern how people do business in company X. All of these create a unique system that impacts the project operating in that system. The resulting organizational system determines the power, influence, interests, competence, and capabilities of the people who are able to act within that system. Let's take it again. The way the company imposes these constraints on you creates a system, and that system impacts you as a project manager. It impacts your interests, your influence, your power, your competence. Some companies, the PMs are as good as non-existent. Why? Because there is so much control, theory X control, negative control imposed on the project managers that they are just as good as gophers, as messengers. They have no power, they have no authority, they are marginalized, they're trampled upon. But go to another company where project managers are valued and revered. They are given so much respect. They are accorded so much respect. What does it do? It boosts their morale. It enhances the way projects are managed. And it's home run after home run. And when they have done something that they shouldn't, they know. But they don't want to fail the company because there's so much positivity going around. What am I saying here? The system that is created around the project manager, it impacts the project manager's interest, their authority, and how far they'll go on the project. Let's take a look at a visual. The project manager needs to understand, what am I responsible for? What am I accountable for? They need to understand the authority. What else? The PM in any company uses power, influence, competence, and political capability to successfully complete projects. So if we are putting our project managers into this system, we need to be aware of what this system can do to our project managers. It could impede them, or it could propel them. That is what this chapter is focused on. It's focused on the system that exists in organizations and how the project manager should be functioning in that system. Okay? Now, when we say system, I also want to call your attention to high school biology, where we talk about the plankton that got eaten by the fish. The fish got eaten by a bigger fish. System. So when they talk about system, they're just talking about a collection of variables and aspects. So take a look at this image. In a company, we have the organizational structure. What else do we have? We have management elements. What do we mean by management elements? These management elements are talked about on page 44. These management elements talked about here are divisions of work. How do you divide work? How do you give authority to perform work? Responsibility to perform work. How do you get people to understand rules? How do you get them to respect authority? How do you get them to follow unity of command, unity of direction, general goals? And how do you ensure people are inspired and motivated? You pay them fairly for their work. It goes on and on. These are management elements, page 44 and 45, management elements. See? Is it making sense? I hope so. The next factor here added to the mix is governance frameworks. Now, when we talk about governance frameworks, it sounds like a big word, but honestly, governance is about rules, policies, procedures, norms. That's all they're saying. It's the way they're saying it that makes it a little bit angular and oblique. But trust me, it's not difficult. All right? So what are they saying? Thank you for the chats and confirming that this is making sense. Thank you very much. Oh dear, Pedro, that is funny. Okay. So my friends, these three aspects, management elements, which I showed you, okay? Again, page 44 and 45. Coupled with governance frameworks, rules, policies, procedures, norms, and so on, and organizational structure types. You see that? So I really want to make sure you guys get what they are saying. If you can get this image, we're golden. We're golden. That's it. If you can get this image. So let me give you just a few reminders. When we talk about organizational structure types, we're saying, is it a matrix structure? Is it a project-oriented structure? Or is it a functional structure? Or something else? Multi-divisional, for example, or other, okay? That's really what PMI are talking about. When we talk about governance frameworks, the word governance helps you remember, oh, this is the rules. The rules. This is the policies. These are the procedures. These are norms and relationships, page 43, okay? This is page 43, right here. This one over here at the top, we're going to talk about this. We're not there yet. But organizational structure types is page 47, okay? And then the last one, management elements. These are listed on page 45, 44 and 45. So authority, for example, fair payment, or remuneration, fair treatment of others, and so on. So this is page 44 to 45, okay? And I'm putting these here because when you guys go back, you know, you've got like a month. Those of you who are not in our Monday, Wednesday, Friday class, you guys have a month to review this. Those in our Monday, Wednesday, Friday class, you guys have going to 11 months at this point to go over this stuff. You already be a PMP by then. So, you know, again, before I forget, those of you that are on this, just this segment, we also have the Monday, Wednesday, Friday classes, you know, and if you guys want to join, you can always let me know, send an email to support@praizion.com. I will tell you how you can join us. But whatever you have contributed towards this, we will just use that for you to cross over to the Monday, Wednesday, Friday class, because majority of the folks here are in the Monday, Wednesday, Friday. All right. So I'm showing you all these page numbers because I know you're going to go back to watch it. And when you go back to watch it, I want you to have management elements stuck in your head, organizational structure types stuck in your head, and governance framework stuck in your head. Okay. And organizational structure could also have the PMO. Yes, the project management office structure, where everything gravitates towards a PMO and things such as that, which we are going to talk about later on. Very good. So what is the PMI saying in total? First of all, let's save this. Let's save this image. I want to make sure that we get all the value we can. And I am going to share this snapshot with you because I really want you guys to go away with as much value as possible. So let's put this in the chat, download it. Margaret, if you could do me a favor and look in the previous chat where Holly shared the chipmunk. I want to see that one. So if you can download that, that'll be cool. Thank you. Holly's chipmunk video, no, not video, image. That is going to help us in our future classes, Holly. So thank you. All right. So I've shared with you the management elements, organizational structure types, and governance frameworks. All right. So I hope that clarifies what exactly all of these pages are saying. But let's go a step further and take a look at how this comes to a conclusion. They are saying the management elements, the organizational structure types, the governance frameworks, they create a unique organizational system. And in that system, we have projects run by project managers. But these three variables and their interactions, management elements, organizational structure types, governance frameworks, what does it determine? One, the power of the project manager. Some project managers are void of power. They've got no power. Why? Because of the governance frameworks, because of the management elements, unfair treatment, lackluster leadership. But other organizations, they give their project managers a lot of power. The organizational structure is project-oriented. Some people say projectized. Well, that determines the power of the project manager. You see, it determines the influence of the project manager. People listen when the project managers speak. It also boosts their morale, hence helping them generate more influence, generate interest in project management, and be competent. And it also enables project managers better direct their political environment. It also leverages political capabilities of the project manager, depending on the company. These are all variables, so you need to understand a system has many different aspects and many different outcomes. It's like those books some of us used to read growing up. It's called Choose Your Own Adventure. And some of the endings were just very horrendous. You know, one of the endings, I probably got eaten up by something, but it was engaging and interesting. But all of that to say, these three variables here, they will make the project manager choose their own adventure. So depending on your company, you could end up being a frustrated project manager. You could end up being a very, very inspired project manager who can actually do what they need to do. But some companies, they just limit you. They limit you. What else does it determine? Watch this, watch this. This is a very important one. The last thing is the projects. Have you ever worked in a company that works on great projects? Like, what a brilliant idea. This is going to help our men and women in uniform. Brilliant. How did you even think about this? How did you determine to work on that project? The answer lies in these three things: management elements, organizational structure types, governance framework. Open door policy. You can go directly to the CEO with any grievance. Once upon a time, someone went from Microsoft to Cornell University and realized the way the internet was being used was mind-blowing. Bill Gates had it as number 6 on his list of things. But by the time that employee went to Cornell University and saw how the internet was being used, he came back to Microsoft and said, Bill, the sky's falling. If you do not bump up the priority of Internet Explorer, you and all of us will have missed the boat and may sink. So Bill bumped it up. What does that tell you? Management elements at play, governance frameworks at play, open door policy. All of that determined how important Internet Explorer became. Not to say that it became like the number 1, but it's still around. The big 3, Google, Chrome, Firefox. Safari is debatable. But it's definitely up there. Sorry, Apple fans. I love Safari. I'm an Apple fan, okay? And we have Internet Explorer. See? But if Bill had missed the boat, that would have been nowhere. Edge would have been nowhere. See? So the way these three variables interact determines your clout as a project manager, okay? Now, in closing out this section, let me say this. Page 42, talking about systems. What is the definition of a system, since we've talked about it so much? Let's read. Page 42, the last paragraph. This overview begins by discussing systems in general. A system is a collection of various components that together can produce results not obtainable by the individual components alone. A component is an identifiable element within the project or organization that provides a particular function or group of related functions. The interaction of various system components creates the organizational culture and capabilities. There are several principles regarding systems. 1, systems are dynamic. 2, systems can be optimized. 3, system components can be optimized. 4, systems and their components cannot be optimized at the same time. And systems are non-linear in responsiveness. A change in the input does not produce a predictable change in the output. Multiple changes can occur within the system and between the system and its environment. When these changes take place, adaptive behavior occurs within the components that in turn add to the system's dynamics. So I talked about the ecosystem, in the sea, the fish, the plankton, and all that. It's a type of system. An organization is a type of system. Systems, last paragraph here, are typically the responsibility of an organization's management. If the system is broken, management is responsible. The countries we live in can be looked at as systems. It is the job of management, right? The organization's management examines the optimization trade-offs between the components and the system in order to take the appropriate action to achieve the best outcomes for the organization. So I'm quite familiar with two organizations that I have ties with, and one of them, unfortunately, had to let a ton of people go. The other one let less people go. Why did they do it? They knew that they needed to work on the system, otherwise they would tank everyone. So they had to go through a reorg. That is an example of management's responsibility when it comes to system maintenance and optimization. So a lot of talk, it's very interesting, but we don't have the luxury of going deeper into it, okay? Before we switch gears here, I want you to remember to read about the governance framework, page 43, rules, policies, procedures, and such, okay? Governance framework, okay. I would also like you to read up on your own what we talked about regarding management elements. So if you go to page 45, those management elements, I would like you to study them as well. Okay? And let's see if I've got a reminder. Here we go. Management elements. All of these, go through them and try to understand, okay, what are they talking about? What are they? It's going to make you feel better. All right? Now we're going to page 46. And on page 46, it talks about organizational structure selection factors. At this point, I want to call on a volunteer to read the PMBOK guide, like I asked in the beginning. Do I have any volunteers that would like to read? You take so much pleasure in the PMBOK guide, you don't mind reading it. Is that you? Chat into me and I will unmute you so you can read the PMBOK guide. Anyone? It seems like no one enjoys reading it. Oh dear. Not even one volunteer. Okay, I'll read my PMBOK myself then. Factors in organization structure selection. Let's read together. Each organization considers numerous factors for inclusion in its organizational structure. Each factor may carry a different level of importance in the final analysis. Let's cut to the chase. What are some of these factors? They're right here on the screen. Degree of alignment with organizational objectives, specialization capabilities, span of control, efficiency and effectiveness, and it goes on and on. Again, another page I want you to read and feel comfortable with. Because all PMI is telling you here are some of the factors that govern or influence the organizational structure you have right now. Some of you are in a matrix organization and you're in a weak matrix and you're like, why are we like this? Here are some of the reasons. Some of you are in a project-oriented firm. These are the reasons. See? Some of you are in a strong matrix. Reasons. All right? Now, when we talk about these organizational structures, they are all listed out on page 47. And we're going to read these structures together. Let's start off with organic or simple. Organic or simple organizational structures are those where people are working side by side, What does L/N mean? That is the project manager's authority. So what I have here as L/N is the project manager's authority. Little or none. See that? Where I have L, it means low. L-M is low to moderate, M-H medium to high, and H-T is high to almost total. Okay? So very, very quickly, these first ones before we go to the next: organic or simple, flexible, people working side by side, functional, group by division, engineering, accounting, quality, whatever it is, multi-divisional, by product or production processes, portfolio, program, region, customer type. Weak matrix, the project manager has low power here. Balanced matrix, low to medium or low to moderate. Strong matrix, the project manager has medium to high, or moderate to high. And project oriented, composite, hybrid, project managers high to almost total. Now, all of these are all well and good, but they are not enough. They're not enough. I'm going to show you some more illustrations. Let's look at our last three before I do that. We have virtual, network structure with nodes at points of contact. We have hybrid, which is a mix of other types. Project manager's authority is mixed. And PMO, a mix of other types. But where it comes together, where we have the project management office at the helm, it says PMO refers to portfolio, program, or project management office or organization. So if the organization is portfolio driven, program driven, project driven, you could have a mix of other types, but they gravitate towards that governance in terms of portfolio, programs, or projects. Now, this is all well and good, but it's not enough. And for that reason, I am going back to my archives to bring out information where the PMI got it right. Or should I say, more holistically. This is from a previous edition. But what I like about it is it shows you the breakdown of functional, weak, balanced, and strong matrix, and project-oriented, which are the major ones you get a lot of questions about anyway. So let's take a look at these very quick. First one here, we're going to take a look at functional. The project manager's authority is little or none. They have little or no resources. Budget control is not by the project manager, it is by the functional manager. The project manager's role is part-time. In other words, you might hear terms such as project coordinator or project expediter in a functional organization. Okay? What about the admin staff? Well, it's almost a luxury to have admin staff. The admin staff are part-time. Okay? Let's go to the next one. The matrix organization. Matrix organizations are broken into three: weak, balanced, and strong. In the weak matrix, the project manager has limited authority, limited resource availability. Budget is controlled by the functional manager again. Project manager's role is again part-time. They may be referred to as a project coordinator or even a project expediter too. Project expediters do not make decisions. Project coordinators make a few decisions. Again, this is unspoken information from
the past. Okay, this is not, in my opinion, documented as well as in previous editions, and that's why I'm showing you this, to help it stick better. Project admin stuff is part-time as well. Okay, let's go into the next one. Let's go into our matrix, balance matrix. And in the balance matrix, project manager has kind of medium authority. It's balanced between the PM and the functional manager. So they've got some low to moderate resource availability. The budget control is mixed. The project manager has some, the functional manager has some. The project manager's role is full-time, and project admin staff full-time. Okay. Now this, of course, will vary from firm to firm, but for the most part, that is how it pans out in a grander scheme. Strong matrix. Project manager is now the boss, moderate to high authority. Resource availability, moderate to high. Budget is controlled by the PM. Project manager's role is full-time, and project admin staff are full-time. Okay. Last but not least, where the project manager is at the very, very pinnacle of it all. Project oriented, in the 6th edition on page 47, used to be called projectized. I still use the word projectized. Many of my colleagues do as well, because it's just cool. It's cooler than project oriented. That just sounds frumpy. Let's go with projectized. But on your exam, be aware of project oriented. All right, project managers high to almost total authority, high to almost total resource availability. Project manager is the boss. Project manager's role is full-time, and admin staff are full-time. And with that, my friends, you have a better understanding of what is in the 6th edition. It's good, but I think they hit home runs in the 4th and the 5th edition. They took out so much. Some of the other stuff they took out is as follows. Functional organizations. Let me just show you one by one. So this was taken out, okay? Functional organization illustration was taken out. I think they should have kept it in there. Let's take a close look. This just shows you that project coordination is done across departments. It is not its own singular department, and that is a functional organization. Staff members report to one supervisor. Staff members are grouped by function: engineering, marketing, accounting. Authority and control of the project budget is held by the functional manager. Okay? So if you have found these to be useful, you might want to take screenshots of this. Okay? All right, I saw some interesting chats. Thank you for my chipmunk picture. Okay, I can see some interesting chats. I'm going to come back to those. Thank you. And then for the matrix, this is an example. Let me take a screenshot for you. You guys can go look at them. This is the weak matrix, and you can see project coordination is weak, right? This one is the balance matrix. You can see, oh, there's the project manager. Project managers come on the scene now. So the project manager reports to a functional manager, but they are managing to a higher degree. There's your strong matrix. Oh, we now have a manager of project managers. LG, life's good for the project manager. And in this next one, we have the project-oriented organization where project managers are running the ship. They are now in charge of teams of people. See that? And lastly, composite. Now, when we say composite, if you go to page 47 in the 6th edition, this is really hybrid. So they used to call it composite, now they change it to hybrid. But it was important that you guys saw some visualizations of these. Now, there's one more I want to show you a visualization of because it's not that easy to conceptualize without a visual. It's the multi-divisional. Now, the multi-divisional one is new to the 6th edition. A multi-divisional organization would look something like this. In this organization type, you can see we have silos by department: operations, R&D, research and development, finance, marketing, and sales. But then we also have product breakdowns. So you can have a company broken down by silos of functions, but also by product lines. And this creates a multi-divisional view. And that's what PMI means by multi-divisional, okay? So that will help you have a better perspective, okay? So let me catch up with my chats here. Oh, very good. I'm glad you like it. Everything was projectized. Interesting. Balanced matrix with mixed control. The communication can, that is true. Yes. 2 people in charge. It's never good. And that's why we want to use a requirement traceability matrix. We want to use things like a responsibility assignment matrix, just so that we have better visibility of what are we doing. That's in the requirements matrix. And who is doing what is in your RAM. Very good point, Travis. Thank you. Thank you, Muzaffar. So let me share these with you. Again, take them with a pinch of salt. Just remember, this is not from the 6th edition. All right? It's just me trying to add some more color to the mix so that you guys can see how the PMI used to do this stuff. I think they feel everyone's a big girl and a big boy now, so there's no need to, maybe they feel there's no need to make it so easy for us. I don't know. But I like how they had it in the past. I like how they had it. So I'm sharing a number of the images, save them. Just, you know, compare them as you're reading the 6th edition to get clarity. All right. So my friends, we are very, very close to the end. Very close to the end of chapter 2. Very, very close. We're going to talk about one of my favorite topics, the PMO. This is on page 48. There are 3 types of PMOs: the good, the bad. I'm joking. The 3 types of PMOs are supportive, controlling, and directive. Let's back up and talk about them one by one. A supportive PMO can be looked at as honestly being a little bit docile. They're consultative. They're not aggressive. They don't want to rock the boat. That's not their job. They provide templates, training, and information. They're a little bit docile. Let's just be honest, they're a little bit docile. They're not rattling your cage. They're not saying, oh, where are your reports? Where are your standards implemented in your documents? No, they're friendly, but they're docile. The next type of PMO, now these ones are beginning to be a little bit more involved. They provide support, but note the word require. They require, here's another word, compliance. Uh-oh. This is where they're beginning to step on that pedal. They begin to ask you, Holly, where are your documents? Show us. your risk register. Did we approve this template? They're controlling all right. They provide support, but they require compliance. If they gave you a template, you better use it. You better use it. So that's controlling PMOs. And I actually worked for the last PMO here. Name withheld of the company, you know. They fly people around the world. Those of you who know where I've been, you know which one I'm talking about. I worked for a directive PMO. They directly control the project. In other words, they brought me in, Phil, that's the project. We are going to manage this project for this manager. So they assigned me to the project. It wasn't a good outcome. It wasn't a good outcome. Directly control the project. The PM is assigned to the project by the PMO, not by the functional manager, which could lead to problems. Because all throughout my interview, the hiring manager said nothing. And then on day one, oh, Phil, you will be reporting to person X. What? I didn't even understand what your role was in the interview. The PMO was firing all the PMBOK related questions at me. What do you mean by project management plan? Tell us what is in it. End up, I work for the PMO, but I'm controlling the project for functional manager. It didn't end well. It didn't end well. It didn't end well. It wasn't good. So when we talk about PMO types, my friends, supportive is the least in terms of getting directly involved in your project. That's L. L is for low. It says the degree of control provided by the PMO is low. Yes, we are recording this. Oh dear. Oh, Kathy, you're cracking me up. Oh dear, those are all people I know, indeed. Directive PMOs. Before we get to directive, control in PMOs, the key word there is medium. It says, or moderate. The degree of control provided by the PMO is moderate. These are things that will help you on your PMP or CAPM exam. All right, so supportive is low, controlling is moderate, and directive is high. Okay. On page 49, just going a step further, it says a PMO may have the authority to act as an integral stakeholder. The PMO may make recommendations, lead knowledge transfer, terminate projects, and take other actions as required. The primary function of a PMO is to support project managers in a variety of ways, which may include managing shared resources, identifying and developing project management methodology, best practices, coaching, mentoring, monitoring compliance, developing and managing project policies, procedures, and templates, and coordinating communication across projects. You get the picture. I'm looking at the time. We need to be going on our break fairly soon. All righty then. Home run again. And thank you for attending chapter 2. And that has brought us to the end of chapter 2. Before we go on our break, it will be responsible for me to ask you a few more questions. And I'm going to ask you just a couple before we run off. Here is your poll for this one. In which matrix structure does the project manager have the most power? I'll give you 20 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're ending the poll. Share the results. And in this edition of Who Wants to Be a PMP, majority did not win I feel like Jerry. Jerry. You are not the winner. Look, I need a break, folks. When I start getting silly like this, it means I need a break. The answer to this, my friends, is not what majority chose. The answer is strong. Why? Because the question clearly asks in which matrix structure. If you missed the keyword matrix, Joanne got it, you'll get it wrong. It's in a strong matrix. Matrix, my friends. Keanu would have gotten that one right. Okay, let us have one more. And I'm going to share this one. Don't make the same mistake twice. Our good old friend W said, you fool me once, shame on me. You fool me twice, I'll never be fooled again. Okay, my friends. There's a glitch in the matrix. Oh dear, I'm not done. I'm going to show you. I'm sorry. Let me stop talking and show you the final question. Here it is. I didn't mean it that easily. All right, let's go. 20 seconds, my friends. Go, go, go. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Let's end the poll. In this edition of Who Wants to Be a PMP, let's read the question. In which matrix structure does the functional manager, not project manager? Did you really read that as project manager? Rule number 1, read your questions well. In which matrix structure does the functional manager have the least power? Well, right off the bat, projectize is not a matrix structure. The functional manager has the most power in a weak matrix, but the most power in a what? Oh, the most power in a weak matrix, but the least power in a strong matrix. So majority won it. I was just pulling your legs. Majority got it right this time. Does it make sense? Functional managers are strongest in the weak matrix. In the balanced matrix, it's equal to some degree between the PM and the functional manager. In the strong matrix, functional managers have little power. And that's why the answer is strong. And with that, my friends, we are going to our mandatory 30-minute break. Okay? Oh dear, that's funny. Absolutely, I agree, David. Muzaffar is asking for some more treats. All right, my friends. Well, you are asking for more. You know what? Oh, very good. So the Monday, Wednesday, Friday classes, we'll have a link for you towards the end. But what I'm going to do right now is end this session for those who need to go. I know some of my friends are like, Phil, look, I need to go. I understand. Okay. So we're going to stop this right now. I want to say thank you for joining us and getting to this point with us. I also want to realign our direction just so that we know where we are and can apportion our time wisely, because it is important that we cover every aspect today. We are not going away taking any prisoners. Everything needs to be covered. So this is what we have so far. So far, we have covered chapter 1. We have covered chapter 2. Right now, we are at our break, which is meant to be between 3 and 3:30. The time right now is actually 3:24, which means the 10-minute break I gave you earlier has drawn into some of this time. It was not a budgeted break. Someone will say, Phil, that's scope creep or gold plating. You guys needed a break. All right, that's called being agile. So being agile, I am going to ask us to please come back at 3:45. 45 minutes past. I'm going to give you a 21-minute break. I have to chop off some 9 minutes. Bear with me, but you guys will be better for it. And then when we come back, we will be starting, I will recalibrate. We'll be starting chapter 3 at 3:45. And we'll probably go until about 3:30, thereabouts. I'll have to truncate it. And hopefully in the big run-up, we'll be able to get chapter 4 done, okay? So my friends, we're gonna take a 21-minute break, and I will see you at the end of the break. Thank you very much for your understanding. I'll see you when we come back. All right, my friends, welcome to chapter 3. This is my favorite chapter because it's about the role of the project manager. I often tell people this chapter goes by the quickest because I talk very, very fast in this chapter, out of excitement. But talking about the role of the project manager, you guys already know what the project manager does. The project manager plays a critical role in leadership. The project manager should actually be involved in feasibility studies, which we codename the business case before the project starts. So the business case is an economic feasibility study. Guess who takes part in that in some companies? You, the PM. The project manager is also involved in benefits realization, trying to realize the benefits of the project. It's not every company that does this, but in some companies, the project manager doubles as the benefits manager. And I get a lot of people who say, oh, my company has made me the benefits manager. Now I feel like I'm in two worlds, operations and projects. So the project manager wears many hats. So we as professionals need to tailor the role to the firm. The project manager also needs to have technical knowledge. If you've worked in IT, engineering, healthcare, whatever it is, you know that the project manager needs to understand the business. They need to have experience and leadership skills, communication skills in order to complete the project properly. Now, the PMI in the PMBOK guide, they talk about membership of an orchestra. The musicians, they are like team members. And it makes a comparison between the conductor of an orchestra and the project manager. And they really are trying to show you that the project manager is the orchestrator. They are meant to harmonize the team. They are meant to move the team in one cohesive whole along one trajectory. They should have knowledge and skills like the conductor has in all the instruments, or most of them. The project manager should understand the business. They should have technical knowledge. And it says here on page 51, it says, a simple analogy may help in understanding the roles of a project manager for a large project by comparing them to the roles of a conductor for a large orchestra. Membership and roles. A large project and an orchestra each comprise many members, each playing a different role. A large orchestra may have more than 100 musicians who are led by a conductor. These musicians may play 25 different kinds of instruments placed into major sections, such as strings, woodwinds, brass, and percussion. Similarly, a large project may have more than 100 project members led by a project manager. Team members may fulfill many different roles, such as design, manufacturing, and facilities management. Like the major sections of the orchestra, they represent multiple business units or groups within an organization. The musicians and the project members make up each leader's team. Responsibility for the team.
who is responsible for the team, the project manager, and the conductor are both responsible for what their teams produce. And this is a way we need to change thinking in many companies, because some companies look at the project manager as someone in the background, do the paperwork, don't have much of an influence. No, the project manager is responsible for what the team produces, the outcome or the orchestra concert, respectively. The two leaders need to take a holistic view of their team's products in order to plan, coordinate, and complete them. The two leaders begin by reviewing the vision, mission, and objectives of the respective organizations to ensure alignment with their products. The two leaders establish their interpretation of the vision, mission, and objectives involved in successfully completing their products. I have these words highlighted in my book on page 51 at the bottom. The leaders use their interpretation to 1, communicate, and 2, motivate. I have those highlighted, communicate and motivate, those are big. Their teams towards the successful completion of their objectives. Very important. Let's back up to the top one more time, because I really want to make a case for project managers for us. It says the project manager plays a critical. That word has a lot of meaning. Critical role in the leadership of a project team. Critical role. So for people who think we're just in the background, we're the dog's body, as they call us sometimes, well, that word is used in the United Kingdom quite a lot. We're the gophers, we're the, no, we're not that. We're powerful people. And it says on page 52, knowledge and skills. The conductor is not expected to be able to play every instrument in the orchestra, but should possess musical knowledge. Again, the conductor provides the orchestra with leadership. See that? Planning and coordination through communications. The second bullet says the project manager is not expected to perform every role on the project, but should possess project management knowledge, technical knowledge, understanding, and experience. And that is pretty much what I have in this image on the screen. So when we talk about the project manager, my friends, we are powerful people. We are not just someone by the wayside. The functional manager provides management oversight for functional or business unit. The operations manager is responsible for ensuring that business operations are efficient, but we lead the team that is responsible for achieving the project objectives. The project manager's sphere of influence. PMs play various roles. Let's see the roles the PMs play. 1, on the project, we lead the project. That's the summary. What about in the organization? We should be proactively interacting with other project managers. We should be aware of resource demand. We should know what's happening in a reorg. We should know what's happening in change management. We should know what's happening when we're acquiring new resources, when we're acquiring new organizations, when there's a divestiture, even if it's not ours, we should be aware. We should also be involved in advocacy. We should be that voice, that sounding board for project management. We should be schooling people on why project management is. What about the industry? The industry that we're in, be it engineering, IT, healthcare, whatever it is, we should be informed on industry trends. So we need to be keeping our ear to the ground. What's new in oil and gas? Oh, what's Fauci saying today? What did he say last night? Oh, what's happening in the world of Bill Gates and Tim Cook? I have a small mobile phone company. I need to know. Professional discipline, continuing knowledge transfer and integration. We need to continue passing knowledge across. One of my esteemed gurus is here in the building, and I'm talking about Joanne. Joanne got certified on my watch last year. Why is Joanne in this class right now? Because she knows she has a professional discipline to be all over the business of the PMBOK guide. She wants a refresh. So I doff my hat to Joanne for coming today. because she didn't have to. She could have said, oh, I'm PMP, I don't need that. But she identified, she knows she needs to continually transfer knowledge and she wants to be good at it. So I doff my hat to you, Joanne. Across disciplines, the project manager across disciplines, we need to orient and educate professionals from other disciplines. We need to educate them on the advantages of project management. And we should be a formal or informal ambassador for the profession. When you take a look at yourself as a project manager, it's not just you in the corner. You've got a sphere of influence. You influence the project team, the project portfolio and program managers, resource managers, sponsors, governing bodies, steering committees, PMOs, stakeholders, suppliers, customers, and end users. You've got a wide sphere of influence. So don't look at the project manager as just poor little old me in the corner. No, you're not. No, you're not. The PMI wants you to have technical project management prowess. Again, going back to Joanne's being here. Technical project management prowess needs refresh. I mean, there are 49 processes and hundreds of tools and techniques. It's a daily affair, my friends. Strategic and business management, knowing your business in your company, it's an effort required. One of the first things I did when I got into Honeywell was begin to explore the org chart. Why? Because I wanted to know what made the company tick. I wanted to know who reported to my boss, who reported to his boss's boss, who reported to the VP of Defense and Space, how that person tied back to David Cody, who was the CEO at the time. I wanted to know. Why? Because it's part of the competencies in the talent triangle. And the last one is leadership. And John Maxwell says the true measure of leadership is influence. Nothing more, nothing less. If you're a project manager and you are unable to lead, you are not influencing. And John says, he that thinks he leadeth and has no one following after him is only taking a walk. As project managers, we need to not be taking walks alone. We need to have people coming alongside us, people coming along with us. How do we do that? By exemplifying great leadership, by doing what we said we would do and doing what we should be doing. What should we be doing? Leading the team, guiding the team, motivating the team, pouring knowledge into the team, awareness into the team, helping the team. Let's read page 53. Right there at the bottom. Research shows that successful project managers consistently and effectively use certain essential skills. Research reveals that the top 2% of project managers, not designated by themselves, but by their bosses and team members, distinguish themselves by demonstrating two big things: superior relationship skills, and secondly, superior communication skills. And what do they display? A PMA, positive mental attitude. And that is what catapults you, my friends, to the top of the stack of project managers. It's leadership and it's understanding what to do to be the leader you are. Influential, motivational, inspirational, great communicator, great visionary, and many, many things. On page 54, it says the ability to communicate with stakeholders, including the team and sponsors, applies across multiple aspects of the project, including developing finely tuned skills using multiple methods, creating, maintaining, and adhering to communication plans and schedules, communicating predictably and consistently. This is what gets you those points, such that when your customer looks at you, they see someone who is doing what they said, someone who can be trusted, a trustworthy person, someone who said, I'll give you the report before close of business, and they do it. Making communications concise, clear, complete, including important positive and negative news. Some people are scared of negative news. No, it needs to travel to management. Incorporating feedback channels and relationship skills. I have this highlighted in my PMBOK guide. Relationship skills, involving the development of extensive networks of people throughout the project manager's sphere of influence. These networks include formal networks such as organizational reporting structures. Remember my example of how I need to know things, like how I needed to know who reports to who? You got to know that stuff. However, the informal networks that the project managers develop, maintain, and nurture are more important. Informal networks, you see that? The informal networks that project managers develop, maintain, and nurture are more important. Informal networks are more important. Informal networks include the use of established relationships with individuals such as subject matter experts and influential leaders. A lot of the PMs I know that complain about not being able to navigate the company, they do not know who they should know. They do not know the informal organization. You got to network. You got to be a people person. You got to be a networker horde. You're going to want to hoard networks of people. It's good. It's going to help you. It's going to help your influence. You cannot bury your head in the sand. A lot of people say, oh, Phil, you're rather social. Well, as a project manager, it comes with the territory. You better be. You better be. You better be able to speak to people. So technical project management is just one piece. Strategic and business and leadership, they are the deal clinchers. Because I can churn out Gantt charts and earned value graphs all day long, but if I cannot navigate the political landscape, I'm worthless as a project manager. So when we say technical project management, what do we mean? Let's read. Let's go to page 56 and beyond. Okay, so if you look at page 56, it shows you project manager competencies: technical project management, leadership, and strategic and business management. This is also known as a talent triangle. So we're taking a look at the technical piece first. Now, when we say technical, we're not talking about engineering or programming or nebulous stuff in medicine. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about project management skills, skills to effectively apply project management knowledge, having the right artifacts available, tailoring agile and traditional methods, spending time to plan thoroughly, and managing various constraints or elements. That's what technical project management is all about. Okay? When we talk about strategic and business management, we're talking about clear, high-level understanding of the organization. What is our strategy? What is your mission? If I asked you right now, write out your company's mission, vision, goals. That's what I'm talking about. Now, if you can do that, I doff my hat to you. You're really imbibing, drinking the Kool-Aid that the PMI is saying you should drink. You should understand your firm. You should understand how the departments are organized and the key functions. You should develop and apply product and industry expertise, business knowledge, domain knowledge, peculiar to your industry. So if you're in the government space, you better know a thing or two about government, right? Time to market and the ability to explain essential business elements, develop project delivery strategy and implement it, okay? Strategic and business, it does get rather interesting, and I have books upon books. This is one of the areas that I very much enjoy thinking about. Now that is bigger than the PMBOK guide itself. What does it say? Strategic management. You gotta study strategic business management. Now, the PMP exam will change in 2021. You do not want to be reading this book and this one. So you gotta get certified now, right away. I do not want you to have to be reading Colin's book, even though I love the book. But I don't want you to have to be reading that book. Thank you very much. Out of fear. I want you to read it out of pleasure. The next area, my friends, final area here in the 3 prongs of the triangle is leadership. First of all, being a visionary, having a vision. the ability to dream dreams, but not just that, the ability to translate the dreams that others have for your team. CEO has a dream. It's so high level and nebulous, but here you come as a great leader having visionary skills to take what the CEO said and break it down into actionable steps for your team. Maybe your team member has an idea. You take that idea and you craft a vision and you make that idea larger than life. You're optimistic and positive. You collaborate. You understand that teamwork makes the dream work. You give credit to others. Some people don't give credit to others. I was talking to a project manager a few years back, and this poor PM said, I don't know what I've done, but my boss refuses to give me credit. Instead, he tells his boss that he did what I created. Not good. We don't want to be like that. The ability to effectively manage relationships and conflict. We need to see conflict as a necessary ingredient in teams. Conflict can be managed effectively. We don't always have to shut people down. We could let them vent, and we could come together at the table and figure out something that will take the team forward. Lifelong learning and being results and action oriented are also parts of leadership. By the time you realize, I need to be a lifelong learner of the profession, like my friend Joanne here, yes, we are leading as project managers. So the talent triangle again: technical, strategic, and leadership. We've talked about all the points under this. There's the summary. In technical, all I'll say is let's not get carried away, but let's also remember business. A lot of PMs forget business and strategic. They're like, oh, I'm just waiting to be told what to do. No. Don't just wait to be told what to do. Know your business. Business knowledge, domain knowledge, get it. And finally, lead. Don't shirk from leading. Don't run away from it. Develop your leadership skills. Read books. Read information that will help you. I know you guys want to advance your careers and grow larger than life. I'm going to recommend a book from my library. This book is written by my mentor, full disclosure, yes he is, John C. Maxwell. It's called The 360-Degree Leader. And in addition to this, John also has a very robust curriculum of the same, which is somewhere else in my library. But if nothing else, look for the book on Amazon. Look for the book. Read it. It will help you understand a whole lot more about leadership. You'll be able to see that you can lead from anywhere in the organization, from the bottom, from the side, from the top, anywhere. You can lead across, downwards, upwards, sidewards, across peers. It's a truly remarkable book. It's called The 360-Degree Leader. Let's look at it one more time. Great book. And the reason why I'm showing it to you is I know that this can change your leadership as a project manager. I've gone through this content. I have taught it several times. And it just made the light bulb come on in my head when I read this stuff. Okay. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you very much. Ken says, bad news doesn't get better with time. That's true. That's true. We can take that to many places, can't we, Ken? That is absolutely a true statement. Indeed. Thank you for sharing that. Leadership skills. When we talk about leadership skills, my friends, we've talked about being a visionary, being optimistic and positive, being able to collaborate, being able to manage relationships, and being a lifelong learner. It's important that along with being a great leader, the project manager couples this with an understanding of politics. A lot of people say, oh, I'm not a political animal. I don't want to be political. Get real, my friend. Whether you like it or not, politics exists. and you need to know how to navigate the political landscape in the firm. Why am I saying that? Because the PMI says so as well. Let's go to page 62. It says, leadership and management are ultimately about being able to get things done. The skills and qualities noted help the project manager to achieve the project goals and objectives. At the root of many of these skills and qualities is the ability to deal with politics. Politics involves influence, negotiation, autonomy, and power. Politics and its associated elements are not good or bad, positive or negative alone. The better the project manager understands how the organization works, the more likely she or he will be successful. The project manager observes and collects data about the project and organizational landscapes. The data then needs to be reviewed in the context of the project, the people involved, the organization, and the environment as a whole. This review yields the information and knowledge necessary for the project manager to plan and implement the most appropriate action. The project manager's action is as a result of selecting the right kind of power to influence and negotiate with others. And that takes us into this discussion about politics, power, and getting things done. So think about it. How does the project manager influence? The project manager could say, well, positional power, page 63. This is also known as formal power. See that? The project manager could say, I'm the project manager, do what I say. Do what I'm telling you. I'm the PM. We call that formal, authoritative, or legitimate. But that is not the best power to wield in every situation. It's not. In fact, power is right at the bottom of the hierarchy. Another book by John Maxwell is about the 5 levels of leadership, and authority in form of position at the very lowest level can only get you so far. You have to begin to introduce other flavors, such as being likable. See that? Personal or charismatic. That's being likable. Because position will only get you so far, you need to leverage the charisma, the smile, use it. You got a good smile, use it. You don't have one, work on it. You'll look better anyway. Informational, I've got information that you need. I got a bargaining chip. Referent power, people just hold this admiration for you. It's a bargaining chip. Use it. I am in a very, very unique situation. I know the secret to the vaccine. The vaccine. Wow. That is responsibility, not just power, my friends. It's situational, but it should be leveraged the right way. You don't want to put things in the wrong hands. It's situational. You see what I'm saying? Relational, your relationship with other people. Expert power, you got expertise in a particular area. Reward power, you can reward your team. It's power. What about punitive? You can punish them. What about you having the gift of the gab and making people's heads go so big? Flattery. Use with care is all I'll say. You do want to be sincere, but some people have this power of ingratiation. They can make you feel so good about yourself. It's a power type, trust me. Sometimes you got to use it. I mean, if you've ever worked with senior management, you know, it's funny because I work with senior management in many companies, and when they're out of the room, there are people telling them. And one of them said, oh, XYZ manager, Phil, just do this. You'll make him feel so good about himself. He'll love you. People know. Pressure-based, limiting people's freedom. Again, it's a negative type of power, but it can be used. Guilt-based, sending them on a guilt trip. Even kids in kindergarten use this. meltdowns, tantrums. They try to use guilt trips. Maybe sometimes it's even just a look or a word. They send you on a guilt trip. Persuasive power, being able to persuade people and, all right, do it your way. I will not participate. Again, it's an avoidance power, refusing to participate. And that's what PMI is telling you here on page 63. All right, go into page 64. We get to a very interesting section here. And this is where we look at leadership versus management. And if you take a look at the table here, we have management versus leadership. Now, leadership and management, if you've not watched my video on YouTube, you hear me say they are not at war with each other. I really mean it. They are not at war with each other. We need to see these as things that can move us forward in the firm. Management is about positional power, quite all right. Leadership is about guiding, influencing, collaborating, relational power. Management is about maintaining structure, process, procedure, guidelines. Leadership is on developing and innovating. Management is about focusing on systems and structure. Leadership is focusing on relationships. Management is about relying on control. Leadership is about inspiring trust. Let's go to our next section here. Management is about focusing on near-term goals, asking how and when. Leadership is about focusing on long-range vision, asking what and why. Management is focusing on the bottom line. Leadership is focused on the horizon. Management is accept the status quo, do things right. Leadership is about challenge the status quo and do the right things. Steve Jobs has a quote. He says, why join the Navy when you can be a pirate? He wasn't saying that you should be an outlaw, but he was saying challenge the status quo. Management says focus on operational issues and problem solving. Leadership is focusing on vision, alignment, motivation, and inspiration. And I tell you, my friends, both are important. Both are important. If you're not a good administrator, find one. You might be a good visionary, but if you cannot administrate, find a good administrator. I know a leader who was a very good visionary, very eloquent and all, but was hopeless at administrating and found a COO that could help him, that could be the mouthpiece. And together they make a great team. See. Let's move on to another topic here called leadership styles. Leadership styles, the project managers may lead their teams in many ways. The style a project manager selects may be a personal preference or the result of the combination of multiple factors associated with a project. The style a project manager uses may change over time based on the factors in play. So a common trick interview question, my friends, is tell me about your leadership style. And if you make the mistake of telling them your leadership style is one way, the interview is usually not that successful. I'm looking for one of my favorite books here. I cannot find it, but it talks about how you can lead in 4 ways. And I'll just draw the image for you so that you guys can have some context when you think about how to lead and which style you should use. So this one, not sure if I did share this with you, this previous image. I hope I did. I know you might have told me if I didn't, but I'm not sure. So I'm going to share it with you again. There it is, coming through the chat. And this is what Hersey, Paul Hersey and Ken Blanchard, this is what they say in their book. as a project manager, you could lead in any of these 4 quadrants. Overall, you may need to direct people a lot. Like, you might just need to tell them very, very clearly, do this, do this, do this, don't do this. Do that, don't do that, do this. Okay, we call that a directing style. But we also have a style that we know as laissez-faire. The laissez-faire leadership style. So what does this say here? Let's read. In the PMBOK guide on page 65, we have the laissez-faire leadership style. And it's really from a French word, and it really means just leave, let be, as is. And what we see here, the language here, it says, allowing the team to make their own decisions and establishing their goals, often referred to as taking a hands-off style. That's laissez-faire. The directing style of leadership is not clearly talked about here, but it is known as situational leadership when you look at the holistic view of all of these. And you as a project manager say, okay, I know when I should use laissez-faire. I know when I should use directing. I know when I should use selling. We call this a selling style. And this is not in the PMBOK guide. We call it selling. And then we could also use the word coaching style. Coaching, okay? Coaching style leadership. And the final one is collaborative. We try to get people to talk to each other. Collaborative. And this collaborative style is used when we need to get people to work together, right? We don't need to direct them, but we do need to support them, right? So on the y-axis, if you think about it like this, on the y-axis, we have support. And that's going up this way. And on the x-axis, we have direct. So think about it. Julie has been working for you for the past 15 years. She has proven to be responsible. She can get stuff done. She gets stuff done as promised. You wouldn't use a directive style with her. You wouldn't need to coach her in most circumstances. Most of the time, you could very well use a laissez-faire style. And it works. Phil has been working for you for 15 years as well. Not very good in handing in his assignments and his deliverables. But the moment you offer collaborative support to Phil and you get Phil's team members to help him, he knocks it out of the park. You should use collaborative with Phil, use laissez-faire with Julie. Junior workers that need a lot of hand-holding, you could use a directing style. And people who need to be very creative on the job, it's not just doing the same thing over and over again. It needs some measure of creativity. It needs some measure of innovation. You could, for junior people, have a coaching style with them. It really depends. We call this situational leadership. This is not in the PMBOK guide, but this will help you. On interviews where people ask you that trick question, what is your leadership style? Situational. Situational should be the answer. So my friends, let's go back and take a look at what the PMI have for us in the PMBOK guide. So going back to leadership styles, in the PMBOK guide, they talk about laissez-faire, transactional, servant, transformational, charismatic, and interactional. Let's read real quick here. Laissez-faire, I've already read that. Transactional, focus on goals, feedback, and accomplishment to determine rewards, management by exception. Transactional is like someone wheeling and dealing. Oh, you know what, Keith? I can see that you've worked really hard on this. Now, we're not really going to do what we've done in the past. I can see that this is the reward that is most important to you. This is what you're looking for as an output on this project. I am going to reward you. I'm going to reward you with the rewards that you value. That's transactional. Promotes compliance by followers through rewards. Management by exception. We make exceptions based on what our people gravitate towards. So I have a strip, a drama strip that I'm working on right now, where the employee is motivated not by money, not by monetary things, not physical things, but the moment you say, I have another project for you. That's what they're looking for, more work. You see, we all relate to rewards and recognition differently. I was training a group of folks out in Norway. They said, Phil, this wouldn't work with us because recognition, we don't want it. We don't want the recognition. We don't want the recognition. So it's cultural as well. So that's transactional. Anyway, servant leader. Servant leadership is going to be tested a lot more heavily on the new PMP exam coming out in 2021. I could give you a 30-minute lecture on it, but let's keep it sweet and short. Servant leaders demonstrate commitment to serve and put other people first. They focus on other people's growth and learning and community. They want to build community. That's a servant leader. Okay, that's servant leadership. Transformational leadership, it says in the PMBOK guide, empowering followers through idealized attributes and behaviors, inspirational motivation, encouragement for innovation and creativity, and individual consideration. Got charismatic, high energy, enthusiastic, self-confident, hold strong convictions. Google Steve Ballmer, Microsoft, you'll see someone that may fit this. You know, Bill looks like he ain't got none of that, and that's why he has Steve working with him. People quote many other folks like Bill Clinton, and other charismatic leaders you know. Interactional, a combination of transactional, transformational, and charismatic. And those are leadership styles talked about in the PMBOK guide. Okay. Now, in the interest of time, because I can see time is pushing up on us again, I want to show you the most important thing. So another one I want you to go read up on your own is personality. This is very straightforward. Personality is talked about on page 66. And these are just personality characteristics or traits. And it says an effective project manager will have some level of ability with each of these characteristics in order to be successful. You need to be able to read when people are being authentic or inauthentic, courteous or not courteous, creative. How do you get your team to be more creative? What does it mean to be culturally aware of the culture, norms, values, beliefs of others? You should also have EI, emotional intelligence, being able to bridle your emotions and being able to influence other people's emotions. Intellectual, managerial, political, service-oriented, social, and systemic. These are attributes that we can use to describe people's personalities. And believe it or not, my friends, we are almost at the end, almost at the end. We're going to talk about performing integration because we're going over to integration after this. So in performing integration, the PM's role is twofold. One, work with the sponsor to understand the strategic goals, and two, ensure the alignment of project objectives with those portfolios, programs, and business areas. So, understanding this, the project managers contribute to the execution of integration of the strategy. You got to bring all the pieces together. There's so many moving pieces on many projects. You got to bring them together. You got to bring those moving pieces together. PMs are responsible for aligning the team to have a unidirectional focus on what is really essential at the project level. This is achieved through the integration of processes, knowledge, and people. The project manager needs to understand where the project is meant to be going before they can lead it. So integration is a key skill for project managers. Now, integration is covered more in chapter 4. We'll take a look at it, but this section focuses on integration that takes place at 3 different levels: the process, the cognitive, and the context. So we're going to look at these really quick. Performing integration at the process level. What does it mean to integrate at the process level? It means applying the processes and activities to achieve the project objectives. Some of these processes may take place once, while many may overlap. And we're talking about your project management processes. When you think about performing integration at the process level, I want you to follow me. This is not necessarily as it is in the PMBOK guide, but think about it like this. How processes overlap. One example of this overlap and multiple occurrences is a change in a requirement. Someone says, oh, I don't want this cake to have butter icing. I want royal icing. Okay. The change may imply a deviation in the schedule. I need to go to the store to get this thing. So change has impacted schedule. Okay. Second point. One possibility for minimizing the impact of this change for butter icing is to assign more resources to the project. Have someone else go to the store so that I can stay doing whatever I'm doing, checking the oven, doing something else associated with the project. Okay, I can get more people. You see what this is showing you? For the want of a change, the schedule is impacted. For want of not impacting the schedule, we're looking for more resources. It says, however, this may result in higher cost. Uh-oh, now we've brought cost into the mix. Higher likelihood of going over budget. This could lead to stakeholder dissatisfaction if we go over budget. So when you think about integration, you need to see multiple processes, overlapping, sometimes non-overlapping. What about at the cognitive level? What does this mean? At the cognitive level, what is the method for managing the project? It's because the PM does not know about Agile. The project manager may be looking at size and project complexity and organizational complexity, but they also need to know about other possibilities. What are the personal skills of the PM? They don't know Agile. They're not good leaders. They are inept technically. Uh-oh. What if they're awesome technically? As on one project, the virtual case file project. It had virtually gone to the dogs. Talking about virtual case file. The project had virtually gone to the dogs and we were sinking quick. It was an FBI project and they were shelling out hundreds of millions. Some of you know the story, but what brought the project back from the brink was the introduction of one key project management player. And this person knew predictive isn't going to cut it. No. Talking about the skills and abilities of the project manager, they changed from predictive to Agile. Project got done. It was late, but it got done eventually because of that person on the project team, cognitive ability, being able to see predictive wouldn't work. So a project has a small chance of success when the project manager fails to integrate the project processes where they interact. Let's talk about the final one, at the context level. So at the context level, the PM should be aware of the changes in the context of business and projects when managing projects. You should be aware of new technologies. You should be aware of, I don't know, 3D printing. You should be aware of social media. What is happening in the world? Social networks, multicultural aspects, virtual teams. If anyone hasn't heard about Zoom now, I'll be amazed. So we need to understand our projects are happening in a changing world. How can we best use these elements to achieve success? Should be a question. And that takes us to our final point. Integration and complexity are different. A project may be described as complex and or difficult to manage. But this could mean intricate or complicated. Complexity within projects is as a result of three dimensions of complexity. One, system behavior, the interdependencies of components and systems. Two, human behavior, the interplay between diverse individuals and groups. Have you ever had to hold your head because the project has so many stakeholders crawling out of the woodworks and they all have their own agenda? Human behavior. Last but not least, ambiguity, emergence of confusion, lack of understanding. What about emergence of understanding that leads to greater perceived complexity? When I started studying for the PMP, before I opened the PMBOK guide, I was on cloud 9. I felt, I know where this is going. I did project management for my dissertation. I know. The moment I opened the book, emergence of understanding, oh my gosh. At the time, it was 9 chapters. Or was it 10? I can't even remember. But oh my goodness, all these chapters, when I understood that there were 40-something processes, oh my goodness, another oh my goodness. And by the time I realized that each one of those had tools and techniques and inputs and outputs, emergence of understanding led to greater perceived complexity. So my friends, that is what complexity is all about. Okay, complexity itself is a perception of an individual based on personal experience, observation, and skill. Some people are new to the PMBOK guide and say, big deal, I know this stuff. Rather than being complex, a project is more accurately described as containing complexity. Portfolios, programs, and projects may contain elements of complexity. The whole thing may not be complex, but could contain elements. When you're integrating your project manager, consider elements inside the project, consider elements outside the project. So when we talk about complexity, to wrap this up, we could say the project has too many parts. We could say, oh, there's so many connections between the parts. We could say, oh, there's dynamic interactions between the parts. And we could also see this behavior of emergent behavior. This is the occurrence where larger entities arise through interactions among smaller or simpler entities, such that the larger entities exhibit properties the smaller, simpler entities do not exhibit. And this is going very, very far. It is kind of going outside of the realm, but here's an example of what we mean by emergence. Definition of emergence: manifestation of a system's properties that cannot be anticipated. What do we mean? Have you ever seen schools of fish and how they take certain shapes and move in certain groups? It says schooling in fish is an emergent state of fish behavior in which a group of fish move together in a coordinated fashion and form patterns. Have you guys ever seen those patterns? Very complicated patterns. The patterns formed range from simple ellipsoids to complicated vortex arrangements, depending on the fish species and circumstances. It's crazy. If you've ever seen that, that is an example of emergence. And we could go on and on. Here it says, from the fractal patterns of snowflakes to cellular life forms, our universe is full of complex phenomena. But how does this complexity arise? Emergence describes the ability of individual components of a large system to work together to give rise to dramatic and diverse behavior. So, my friends, you are done with chapter 3. Well done. Thanks for your attendance. It's time for us to move into our final discussion for today, chapter 4. But I will not take you into chapter 4 without you having a little bit more of a break. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, grab some water, bite, whatever, and I'll see you in 5 minutes. So come back at 50 past the hour.
See you when you come back.
Welcome back, my friends. We are on to our final chapter. It's chapter 4. The good news is we have talked about the 49 processes at a high level, and this is just a slice of the top that everything else rolls into. So when we talk about this aspect of project management, it is important to see that everything under these processes typically rolls up to them. Okay? Excuse me. So let's take a look here. Develop project charter is the first process of integration. This is where we authorize the project, and give the project manager the authority to apply resources. Develop project management plan is where we assemble all subsidiary plans and baselines. Direct and manage project work creates deliverables. And this is where we make basic project observations. I call them raw observations. Manage project knowledge generates new knowledge, shares knowledge, and manages knowledge sharing as a whole. Monitor and control project work. We compile information across the project and create project reports. Perform integrated change control is where we review change requests with the change control board. And lastly, close project or phase. This is where we transition the accepted deliverable to the customer. Now, before all of this stuff happens, my friends, there is a topic that you need to be aware of. It is not talked about explicitly in the PMBOK guide, but you need to understand it. If you have got the PDF version of our study guide because you're on the Monday, Wednesday, Friday, this is talked about in chapter 3 of this book. But if you don't have the book, I'll show you a few slides. If you do have the book, page 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, pretty much everything from 79 to 84 you need to look at. 79 to 84 in the Project Management Essentials book. It will help you. But even if you don't have the book, let me show you the topic. The topic goes into the reasons for authorizing the project, and this happens before integration. You look at the reasons for authorizing the project. So again, study more of net present value because this is one of the associated topics. Study it from those pages I told you just now in the Project Management Essentials book. Full disclosure, it is not guaranteed that this topic will be tested on your PMP exam. This topic will likely not be tested on the CAPM exam. So I don't want to waste too much time. For those taking the CAPM, I want to move everyone along in a tangent towards completion here. So bear with me. I will not talk about this for too long, but let me point out to you. Project selection methods include discounted cash flows. And under this, we talk about future value, net present value, and present value. You need to read those, be comfortable with them. We also talk about IRR, internal rate of return, payback period, benefit cost ratio, opportunity cost, and sunk cost. I will cover these extremely rapidly. Discounted cash flows deals with the formula that you see on the screen for either future value or present value. The discounted cash flows technique compares the value of projects' future cash flows to today's dollars. Future value and present value can be calculated using this technique. The formula that you see on the screen for future value can be reversed to be the formula for present value by just manipulating the variables, okay? What do these mean? FV, future value, PV, present value, N, time period, the number of time periods, or time of the cash flow, and I is interest rate. These are baked into the formula. I highly doubt that people will still get this in 2020, but who knows? So know your formula. Now, the kind of question I would expect would be more towards understanding what NPV is. Okay. Net present value is the present value of the total benefits. In other words, income or revenue minus the cost. In other words, are you gaining value from the project? If NPV is greater than 0, it's good. Accept the project. Less than 0, don't do it. Reject the project. A positive value for NPV means the project will yield a return equal to or greater than the cost of capital. But if we wanted to get more intricate with it, we could say if NPV is equal to 0, it means the investment would neither add or remove value from the firm. In other words, neutrality. So if you get a question that says, you're a project manager, which project would you select? And you had various net present value options like NPV is positive or NPV is negative, you only want to select the option where NPV is positive. Okay? Let me show you another question type you could get along these lines. You could get a question like this. You are valuing a project that is expected to earn a one-time cash flow. One-time cash flow, future value. Cash flow in the future, future value, see, in 5 years. You estimate a discount rate of 11%. What is the present value of this cash flow? So you need to use the formula. PV equals FV divided by 1 plus interest rate to the power of n. You change your interest rate to decimal, multiplied by itself 5 times, in other words, to the power of 5. 1 plus 0.11 is 1.11. So it's like saying 1.11 times 1.11 times 1.11 times. Doing that 5 times, because when you get to the exam, you're not going to have a scientific calculator, so it's important you know what to the power of 5 means. Raised to the power of 5 means this. I will spell it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you're going to have to play around with this formula. Again, it's in the Project Management Essentials book. We got a more difficult problem. It's something you're going to have to read up. I do not think the time spent on it is going to be worth the reward, especially if you do not get one question, but nonetheless, you want to cover your bases. So when you do that, when you do all of that and you get the number at the bottom, you divide 500 million by it, you get 296.73 million. And that's how you solve that kind of problem. Okay? So I would advise you that you read that up. So yes, indeed. So for those of you that are asking, you will get this book in PDF format if you sign up for the course. Don't forget, you need to do it before we round up. pmsucceed.com. I'm going to give it about 15 minutes after the class, and then it's going to go back to the regular price. So if you want to join us Monday, Wednesday, Friday, from now till June, and you also want to get the audio, the book, and many, many other perks. I mean, it's so ridiculous, I can't even go into it, but just do it, all right? So that's that. Now, my friends, in the interest of time, I'm going to go very, very quick through these other areas. There's another topic called internal rate of return. I'll give it a skinny. You want a high rate of return. You don't want a low rate of return. You want to put in 1 and get 100, right? So you want a high rate of return. If the internal rate of return is high, accept the project. If it's low, reject the project. Here is an example. And, of course, a poll for you to play with. Based on this information, which of the following projects should your company select? Remember, the higher the rate, the better. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Home run. Thank you. Always choose the higher IRR. Lesson learned. Great job. Let's go to our next one. The next topic here is called the benefit cost ratio. It's the ratio of benefits or revenue to cost. It is not the ratio, watch this, it's not the ratio of profits to cost. No, no, no. Benefits or revenue. People get this mixed up all the time. That's why I'm taking time to say it. So if you got back $500 from a project, don't forget that you put in some money, $200. Your profit is $300, but the revenue is $500. Don't confuse revenue with profit. Revenue is all the money you get back from the customer, from the endeavor. Profit is the difference between what you got back and what you put in. So it's important. This is different. This is all the money divided by what you put in. Benefits divided by cost. So in my example of $500 and I put in 200, the benefit cost ratio will be 500 divided by 200, not 300, the profit divided by 200. Get it? So with that in mind, here is a question. Now, with benefit cost ratio, you need to remember, this is based on the highest BCR. You want to always choose the highest ratio when it comes to benefit cost ratio. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The most appealing is the one with the largest ratio. Okay, those are the results. Benefit cost ratio, you want the highest. The highest ratio here is 3.33. Okay, good. Let's talk about payback period. So you're working on a project with your buddy Phil. You put in 1 million and Phil says, well, I'll give you your 1 million back in 2 months. Would you prefer that, or would you prefer Phil saying, oh, I'll give you your money back in 2 weeks? Here's a question to see if you understand the concept. Payback period. Here's your poll. Which of the following projects is most appealing based on the following information? Do you want your money back in the next millennium? It depends. The next millennium could be for someone in a week. It depends. All right. What do you think? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Let's end the poll. Share the results. Well, 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 a home run. You guys totally get this. You want your money back like yesterday. Great. Very good. Okay. Well, we're almost done here. The final thing we're going to talk about is opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is the value of the next best alternative foregone as a result of making a decision to pursue another opportunity. The next best project or opportunity that that entity can engage in. The opportunity cost of doing the best thing and ignoring the next best thing. So, beverage or cake? I go after cake. What is the opportunity of going after cake? What is the opportunity cost? It's the beverage. What I did not choose, the value of what I did not choose is the opportunity cost. Okay, I chose cake. What is the opportunity cost of choosing cake over the beverage? The beverage. Here you go. Here's your question. And this you can chat into me privately. A lot of chats coming in. Thank you very much. So remember what I said. My beverage, my cake. I choose cake. I leave the beverage. My cake costs $50. My beverage costs $10. What is the opportunity cost? The beverage. Not the difference between the cake and the beverage. The beverage. The beverage is 10. The cake is 50. It's not the difference. Okay, and that's how you wrap your mind around it. Just always think about my cake and the beverage. The beverage is the opportunity cost, not the difference. The beverage. So the answer is $10 for this one. Okay, $10. Awesome. So my friends, to use our time as wisely as possible, I am going to go through at this point these processes. Developing the project charter, where the sponsor creates the charter and authorizes the project and the PM. Develop project management plan, direct and manage project work, manage project knowledge, monitor and control project work, perform integrated change control, and close project or phase. We are going through these at an exposure level. I want to expose what you need to look out for on your exam. Develop project charter gives you a project charter. This is a sacred cow of the PMI. In other words, they revere the charter. They celebrate the charter. There's a lot of noise about the charter in questions. Why? Because it's the first document that says this project is stamped with approval. And we recognize Phil as the project manager. Okay? So it gives you authorization, high-level scope, a brief deliverable description, high-level risks, and high-level schedule. On your exam, you need to understand the charter very, very well. And that's why page 81 needs to be in your crosshairs. Page 81. They describe what is in the project charter: project purpose, measurable project objectives, high-level requirements, high-level project description, summary milestone schedule, on and on and on. You got to know it, okay? Now, to go deeper, we got to go deeper at this point. We've only got a few minutes left. To go to the next level of understanding, you need to understand every single ITTO you read. Business documents, the business case. Benefits management plan could also be mentioned here implicitly. Every single ITTO that is listed in the PMBOK guide, whether it's an input, output, tool, technique, you need to focus on them. But most importantly, let's go to the gold zone. I call this the gold zone. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's go to the gold zone. I'm going to drop some gold for your exam project manager. It is extremely important that you do not just stay on the surface of ITTOs, but you need to understand the granularity. And when they say business documents, don't be fooled into thinking the benefits management plan shouldn't be considered. It should. So I put it here purposely to remind you guys This is talked about. Yes, they don't list it as a bullet point. Forget that. You need to know your benefits management plan. So page 30. I hope you're writing down these pages. Page 30, figure 1-8. You need to be all up in the business of that figure, my friends. You got to see the needs assessment precedes the business case. And after that, you could go in tandem, benefits management plan, business case, up and down till you go to the project charter and then the project management plan. So you do need to understand these business documents, okay? When they say agreements, you also need to realize they're not just talking about contracts. When they say agreements, they could be talking about verbal agreements. So what do I want you to do? Pay attention, my friends. Pay attention to the PMBOK guide. Let me show you where this is talked about. Agreements. What do they mean by agreements? Page 78. Let's read. Agreements are used to define initial intentions for a project. Agreements may take the form of contracts, MOUs, memorandums of understanding, service level agreements, SLAs, letters of agreement, letters of intent, verbal agreements, email, or other written agreements. You need to understand the full gamut of what an agreement is in this context, okay? So I've talked about these, EEFs and OPAs, you know. The tools and techniques are very simple to understand because you're brainstorming, you're working with select groups of stakeholders, and you're interviewing them. You're solving problems, resolving conflict, facilitating all of that stuff. Why? Because we got humans interacting. And on some projects, humans just don't want to agree with other humans. So you got some work to do there, project manager. What do you get out? Project charter and an assumption log. The assumption log pretty much tells you the assumptions and constraints at a high level, and then it goes into detail from here on out. It starts getting more and more detailed. You start adding more assumptions, more constraints. Okay? So at first, it might not be very much populated, but as you proceed, you're taking stuff that's in the business case, you're fleshing it out more and more. So this is the gold zone. On your exam, you really need to focus on the project charter, the assumption log, and all those interpersonal and team skills that you use to make things move cohesively, okay? And again, know your charter for sure. Know your charter. Know your business case, okay? States the reasoning behind the project. Good. Let's move on to our next one. The next thing to talk about here is the develop project management plan process. And in develop project management plan, we have similar inputs, similar tools and techniques. Well, we've got EEFs and OPAs, but we have project charter, which we know about. Okay, the project charter is not new at this point. Outputs from other processes just means anything that becomes a part of the project management plan, okay? So the infamous page 89, which just became a lot more infamous in realizing that some people had different page 89s than I did. And thanks to Ken for exposing their trickery yet again. So page 89 is where you have the laundry list of all of this stuff. Read it. Please read it. Please read it. Okay? So without spending too much time in the gold zone, I would say you need to know page 89. End of story. Page 89 is the holy grail. Okay? Know everything that is in your project management plan. All those subsidiary plans it talks about, know them so cold. Know them cold. Okay? The next thing we're going to talk about here is the process known as direct and managed project work. Direct and managed project work is the process where we obtain three very important outputs. Let's pay attention to these very quick. Deliverables. Without this, you cannot complete your project. Okay? deliverables. Next one is work performance data and issue log. These three are extremely important. You cannot close your project without deliverables. You need raw observations known as work performance data so you can analyze them in the monitoring and controlling processes outside of integration. And you need your issue log to log what is happening. So these are the big three from here. Another key point about direct and managed project work is approved change requests. If you got a change request, you need to execute the change request. And you execute it in this process. And you get deliverables after you execute upon approved change requests. So there are other outputs of this process, but the most important ones are those I have called out. Okay? It is also in this process that you see approved change requests going in, and also in this process, you have a definition of what a change request could contain. Page 96 in the PMBOK guide. On page 96, we have a curious acronym. I call this CAPA-DREW. What does that mean? Corrective action, preventive action, defect repair, and updates. All of these could be change requests. Change requests could be any of these. So you need to know what these mean. Page 96, my friends. Page 96, what does it say? Corrective action. Watch this word. I want you to highlight this word. Corrective action and intentional activity that realigns. That's the key word, realign. Going off, let's realign it. Okay. Next one, preventive action. Watch the key word. An intentional activity that ensures the future performance of the project work is aligned. Not realigned, it's aligned right from the get-go. There's no way we can get it wrong. That's preventive action. The next one, defect repair. Watch the keyword. An intentional activity to modify. That's the keyword. Modify a non-conforming product or product component. You see, so the first one, corrective action, realigns. Preventive action, align. Defect repair, modify. And the last one, updates. What do we need updates for? Changes to formally controlled project documents. All of this stuff to reflect modified or additional ideas or content. So what are they saying? As a project manager, you could have a change request that is a corrective action, preventive action, defect repair, or update. All right? What is a deliverable? We've talked about this. A deliverable is a product, service, or result. That is one of the outputs from direct to managed project work. What about work performance data? These are your raw observations on the project that need to be analyzed. Again, an output of this. And don't forget the issue log, which I talked about. So let's go to the gold zone. In the gold zone, my friends, pay close attention to your major outputs, deliverables, WPD, and issue log. You got to know them all over, right? And don't forget, you have a unique tool and technique, semi-unique, called the Project Management Information System. You need to know the definition for that. Any system for managing information that is generated from the project would fall into that bucket. And of course, approved change requests. So the summary is this. On the PMP exam, I would not put it past them to test you on approved change requests, PMIS, and these three bad boys here. All right, good. Let's go to manage project knowledge. Our mission in managed project knowledge is managing the flow of knowledge within the project. what could we do here? Two things. We could use existing knowledge in the form of tacit knowledge or explicit knowledge. These are words you'll hear. Using existing knowledge to support organizational and project elements. But I want you to pay close attention and go read up tacit knowledge and explicit knowledge. There are two categories of knowledge. Explicit knowledge can be readily codified using words, pictures, and numbers. But tacit knowledge, that's hard. These are things we know in our mind that we cannot easily express. Things like playing a piano, riding a bike, driving a car, hitting a nail with a hammer. Knowledge which cannot be fully codified. The key is experience. Know-how versus know facts. So in tacit knowledge, we may need to have a conversation, face-to-face, in some instances with people, to convey that knowledge the best way possible. Okay? So going into the gold zone for managed project knowledge, this is what you need to really focus on. One, you need to understand that the lessons learned register is the output, major output. Two, you need to understand that knowledge management connects people to people. And we usually use knowledge management for tacit knowledge share. Information management. This connects people to information. And we typically use this for explicit knowledge. Okay? Good. Moving ahead, our next area is known as monitor and control project work. The major thing you need to know about this is we are monitoring and controlling the entire project, and we are creating work performance reports. Go into the gold zone. On your exam, if there was one thing I would tell you to keep your eye on in this process, it would be work performance reports and how those stem from the work performance information coming into the process. Because your work performance information is going to be collated, compiled, and presented in a work performance report. So you must understand that this is the process for giving you work performance reports as an output. This can help you immensely on your exam, PMP or CAPM. Okay? So do not forget WPR, project reports. They document how work is proceeding. Also, understand that work performance information comes from those monitoring and controlling processes outside of integration. Okay? So work performance information is another term you want to keep your eye on. Going back to the gold zone, under monitor and control project work, it's important for you to realize there are some lower level mentions of certain things. Two things only appear here in the entire PMBOK guide as inputs, and it's schedule forecast and cost forecast. So if I were you, I would pay close attention to these guys. Okay? Good. Let's go to a very important process next called Perform Integrated Change Control. Perform Integrated Change Control is where we control changes. We review, approve, and reject project change requests. If you go into the PMBOK guide, you'll realize that this is the only process, the only one in the entire PMBOK guide where you see change requests coming in as an input. This does not happen anywhere else. This is also the only process that you see approve change requests as an output. So in other words, the change request that came in here needs to be analyzed. And then If they are approved, they are approved. But if they are rejected, what happens? You log it in the change log. So it's important that you connect inputs, tools and techniques, and outputs in your head when you do this stuff. Okay? Gold zone on the exam. I will not put it past them to give you quizzes about change requests, approved change requests, and the change log. Don't be deceived that it's under project documents updates. This is one of the important outputs. They just talk about it as a sub-output, but in my mind, it is so important. Okay? Let's go to our final process in the list. This is only going to take a few seconds because it is very obvious. Close project or phase. We ensure our stakeholders are satisfied. We transition the deliverable. We collate the lessons learned. We collate them from all areas of the project. And we put all of these lessons learned into a repository known as a lessons learned repository. We pay sellers. We release resources, and we archive project documents. That's what we do in close project or phase. We're closing out a project or a phase in the project. And we are collecting lessons learned from everywhere and having the big closeout. What do I recommend in the gold zone for this? The gold zone, my friends, you got to pay close attention to your final report about what happened on the project. So we have a final report, and we have an output known as final product, service, or result transition. These two components as outputs are very important. They are unique to this process. I would also recommend reading up regression analysis, because this tells you how you arrived at the results that you did, good or bad. Also pay attention to agreements. Ultimately, the inputs to this process are aimed at closing out the project or the phase. It says close project or phase. Sometimes it's a phase, sometimes it's the entire project, but it is so important that you think about this as closing out the project or a phase. And with that, my friends, we have come to the end of integration management. Like I said, we could go on for 6 hours, but I appreciate keeping to time, and it is time for us to end. I am going to answer questions at the end, but for now, I want to respect time and those who just decided to hang with us for 6 hours and said, Phil, that's all I can give. I got to get off. I totally understand. So thank you very much. We're going to end this recording. You will get an email, those of you who are on the course. Those of you who are on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you will see this in the list of numerous videos eventually in a few days. Those of you that are not on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you will get an email where you can go into Vimeo and you can watch this on another platform within Vimeo. But we'll make that available to you. And those of you that want to jump on and join us on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, go to pmsucceed.com. It will be a pleasure to have you there. And I want to say thank you to everyone who came today and contributed to the success of this, what we're doing here. Thank you very much. Margaret, thank you very much for helping as always. And all of our students who are on the journey with us, thank you for keeping it real and asking the questions you do. We're going to end the recording, and I will come back in about 2 minutes and I will answer any questions. Thank you very much. And I'll see you guys hopefully soon. Bye for now.